Okay. I'm dumbstruck. I'd like to welcome everyone here today. It's an amazing number of people who's registered, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owner of the countries on which you are on and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. So I think we've got a really good day. I'd like to thank Ellen and Jeff for all their input and help. These meetings couldn't happen without Ellen and Jeff. So I hope you enjoy the day, and I think it's going to be a good day. So I'll introduce, just remember to keep your mics mute, and I think that's it. So we'll introduce Angela Phippen from RIDE. Angela?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So it's all yours.
Okay, so I'm now going to share the screen. Okay, can people see my screen?
Yes, very clearly.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take a very deep breath and I'm going to hope this works. There's been a lot of stuff happening in the background here with council IT and things. So thank you very much for this invitation. Many of us, whether we work in the city or the country, will have had Chinese market gardens as part of our area's history. But it's a history that is often not told, has been forgotten, or is considered irrelevant. And there are a couple of problems I think people find when they're starting to research Chinese market gardens. The first is the problem of identifying who your market gardeners are. So sometimes people are known by their Chinese names, sometimes they're known by English names such as, Johnny or Charlie or whatever, or it's sometimes a combination of both. The other problem in terms of identifying where people were, where your market gardeners were, is that in many cases the market gardeners couldn't own the land because they weren't citizens, they were allowed to be citizens, and they will lease the land. But not all market gardeners have formal leases. So what I want to do is to show you the resources that I've used to try and map where the gardens were in my area, and to tell you some, and the resources I've used to tell some of the stories. Now, my warning to you is if you think that this is the way it's going to happen, that you'll look at resource 1, which will inform resource 2 and resource 3, whatever, that's a bit of a fairy tale, because I think this has been my research process, that you look at something and then you go back and it's a bit all over the place. I've been tinkering with the Chinese market gardens on and off for about 10 years. Now, I'm not suggesting that it takes 10 years to do this research, because for sometimes 18 months, I don't actually touch the research. But it's the kind of thing that if you get a councillor request and somebody says, oh, look, can you give me this information by next week? Run and hide, because you're not going to be able to do it that quickly. So just by way of background, the current RIDE local government area used to be 2 different municipalities, the municipality of RIDE and the municipality of Eastwood. And we had market gardeners from the 1880s well into World War II. But we're not one of the traditional areas that you think of when you think Chinese market gardens in Sydney. You think Botany, Mascot, La Perouse, Manly or Randwick. So now I just want to go through the main sources of information that I've used, how I used them, their strengths and their weaknesses. And the first one, of course, is rate and assessment books. Now, this is a real weakness for me because I don't have any rate assessment books for either the municipality of Ryde or the municipality of Hunters Hill. But if I was in an area that had rate and assessment books, this would be my first port of call, because there would be a column listing the owner of the land, and there would be a column listing the tenant or the lessee, and that would be a good first place to start. The second resource I'm going to mention, but only in passing, are council minutes, especially health officers' reports. The reason the health officers' reports are important is that most of the market gardeners were living in fairly poor accommodation, and the conditions under which they were living often came to the attention of the health officers. I have to say, though, that the council minutes haven't been particularly useful for me, because the amount of effort I would have to put in to look through 30 or 40 years worth of minutes and the kind of results I get from it is really quite small. But if your minutes have been digitised or very thoroughly indexed, then this would be something that you'd also want to have a look at. The third resource, and probably the most useful one for me to start with, were the SANS directories. SANS directories, of course, begin in 1858 and go to 1932. And importantly, they list occupiers of properties. So you don't have to be an owner of a land to be listed in a SANS directory. And the other thing I just want to mention, of course, is that the Wise's post office directories are now also available on Trove. And sometimes I've looked at the Wise's and it gives me slightly different information. But this is an example of what I can find from a SANS directory. This is for my local area. That star up the top indicates Parramatta Road, which is now in fact Victoria Road. And it tells me that the market gardener Kum Chong is operating in Victoria Road between the cross streets of Darville Street and Brush Road. So this is a really specific spot. This is really useful information. The next example I'm showing you is Darwin Street in Meadowbank. Less specific, because it just tells me that there are three market gardens there, but at least I have names and I have street locations. So what I had to do to find these references was to look through every column of every year for both the municipality of Ryde and the municipality of Eastwood and extract the names as I found them. So of the Chinese names that I extracted, I would say 98% were market gardeners. The others were sometimes herbalists or pig farmers, but most of the names in our area referred to market gardeners. The next resource that was useful for me were the Valuer General's land valuations. Now, these are held at State Archives, and I was very, very glad to see Wendy Gallagher's name and face as attending this presentation, because in the absence of us having rate books, and I know there's a lot of municipalities that don't have their rate books, these Valuer General's land valuations become much more important. And what it is that each parcel of land has its own card, and it tells you the owner, sometimes the occupier, and what improvements have been made to the land. I think the earliest in 1916, but the earliest for me was 1924. And here is an example of what you can find. So this is in Wentworth Road at West Ryde. In this case, the owner is a Chinese company, but in most cases it wouldn't be. But even if the owner wasn't that Chinese name, I would suspect this was a Chinese market garden because of the word humpy. And in the context of Ryde and Eastwood, a term like humpy or hut is the kind of term used for where the Chinese live. So even very, very poor Australians, like members of the resident population, might live in a shed, but this term tends to be used for where the Chinese live. This is a case for Park Street at Ryde, where the lessee's name is a Chinese name. This is obviously a very good indication that we've got a Chinese market gardener. And the best one, of course, is this one, where the owner of the land is Charles Edward Cowell, and the description of improvements is Chinaman's Garden. But I have to say that in looking through all of the Valuer General's land valuations for both Ryde and Eastwood, I think this was the only time that Chinaman's Garden was listed there. So in terms of me using these records, I had to look through each card, and what I was looking for was either a Chinese name as owner, a Chinese name as lessee, or the description of improvements, as we can see here, or those terms like hut or humpy, which kind of would give me the indication that it might be a Chinese market garden. Newspapers. Now, we all use newspapers extensively in our research, and very much so for researching the Chinese market gardeners in your area. I'm not going to spend too long on this, but I just want to give you two pieces of warning. The first is that you have to remember that what the newspapers are reporting are the things that are newsworthy and are sensational. So if you only use the newspapers to understand the Chinese market gardeners in your area, you would think that every market gardener was a murderer or was being murdered, was spending their time smoking opium, gambling, and being visited by prostitutes, because they're basically the stories that make the newspapers. And all of the hundreds and hundreds of very peaceful and lawful interactions don't generally get reported in the newspaper. The other thing about the newspapers is, even if you think your area is not covered by particular newspapers, remember that stories get copied. And so I found stories about my market gardeners in Western Australian newspapers or Queensland newspapers. So when you do your search in Trove, don't just limit it to New South Wales or to your area, because you might be missing out on some things. I'm just going to go quickly through these, just as examples. Chinese killed, supposed murder, Chinese gardeners find dirty premises. As I said, if this is all you find in the newspapers, these stories may well be true, but I think it's giving you a slightly warped view of what was really happening. Oral histories. So about 25 years ago, there was a very large oral history project done in Ryde, which involved 150 interviews being done. And in about 40 of those interviews, people had memories of Chinese market gardens. Now, this was not unintentional, because the person who was coordinating the project, once she realised that a few people had memories, she then continued to ask questions. I'm going to show you just a little example. This is a lovely gentleman, local resident called Ross Rocker, who is, in fact, from an Italian family of market gardeners. And this is what he recalled about the Chinese market gardeners. I remember them. They had all these holes in the ground dug, and they used to go with watering cans, these giant watering cans with the bar across their shoulders, and they would always water their plants. We, meaning the Italians, had sprinklers. They would always be working very, very hard and long hours. They used to grow a lot of the fiddly vegetables that we did not like growing, things like parsley, shallots, all the more delicate stuff. And they used to work very hard and long hours. With the Chinese, we never saw, they had women with them. They were mostly men, and they lived in very humble accommodation, in sheds. And in that paragraph, that is an absolute snapshot of what a typical Chinese market gardener, the profile of a typical Chinese market gardener. So the oral histories are really useful in terms of, I think, getting a balanced view. We've got memories from somebody called Norm Pacey, who remembers his family used to give the local Chinese market gardener, Old Dan, money to buy Packapoo tickets, like lotto tickets in Chinatown, and trusted that person to bring back any winnings that those tickets had resulted in. Aerial photographs are incredibly useful for locating market gardens on the ground. And I've just got an image here of a of a corner. You can see where those two roads intersect. And that's a typical looking market garden from the air. The question is, can you tell a Chinese market garden from an Italian or an Australian market garden? And the answer is you can. This is an example of the corner of Buffalo Road and Cressy Road. There are two areas of market gardens you can see with that patchwork look. And you can see they've got these holes dug in the ground. And if you remember what Ross Rocker said, he said the Chinese used to dig all these holes in the ground, which I think were probably for collecting water or something. So this is really exciting because even if I didn't know these were Chinese market gardens, I would suspect they were. It's like a fingerprint. So if I then have a look at another image of a map, an aerial photograph for my area, that little road down in the bottom right-hand corner is Lane Cove Road, which some of you will now know is an 8-lane highway. But having looked at this, and you can see that land with the holes in the ground, I would bet my house that this was, or at the time had been, a Chinese market garden, and then I would look at other resources to try and verify that. I mentioned sewerage diagrams in passing. This next image is really, really very faint. But again, the sewerage diagrams, you may have them in your collection, but I've accessed these again through state archives. The original sewerage diagrams are the size of dining room tables. And in this case, we can see Victoria Road. That item that is circled is the former Ryde Brickworks. And I've just pointed to the words there, market garden. Now that in itself wouldn't tell me it was a Chinese market garden, but what this sewerage diagram did was I had information from other sources that there was a Chinese market garden in the vicinity, and this was the thing that allowed me to actually pinpoint it. Land title documents and leases. Now, this is definitely not a presentation about how to do land title searching, because that could obviously take us the whole day. But needless to say, a large number of the market gardeners would have had formal leases for their land. And this is an example I'm showing you. This is a notation from a Torrens Title Certificate of Title. And in this case, it's Chinese market gardeners who are leasing the land from also Chinese owners. And up in the top left-hand corner, there's a number B49927. That's the actual lease number. And you can buy a copy of the lease. Now, you know, it used to be the cost of a copy ticket at the land titles office. So I don't know, $10 or $12. Not sure what the situation is now. But you can then get a copy of the entire lease. And the lease is really interesting because it will generally have a map of the actual location where the market gardeners are. It confirms, in this case, that it's portion 684, 685, gives the market gardeners' names, and it also gives the conditions of the lease. So in most cases, it's a standard thing, but every so often, the owners sneak in something else, like the fact that no women were allowed on the market garden, or that the market gardeners had to provide the owners with fruit and vegetables, which I thought was a bit cool. But with those portion numbers, I can then go through a parish map and I can relate that to an area on the ground, which is really exciting. So these leases can be in Torrens Title. The leases can also be in old system records. And the other places I've found information are on the primary applications. So the primary applications that are converting old system to Torrens. So at that time, people had to record whether there are any encumbrances on the land. And sometimes people were wanting to convert their land but there was a pre-existing lease to a Chinese market gardener. And sometimes maps will actually show where the market gardens were. Photographs within your collection. This is just to remind you that we've all got photos in our collection that are probably just described as agricultural view or something generic like that. And once you've done a little bit more work and you know the general area of your market gardens, you can actually then go in and re-examine some of those general views and see if there's anything else to be seen. So this is a case of Winbourne Avenue down at West Ryde, and you can see there's our Chinese market gardener working there. One of the most exciting is this image of an actual market gardener's house, obviously on washing day. And aren't you grateful that somebody took the time at some point to take a photograph of something so humble? Because if you say a picture tells 1,000 words, this is definitely it. Now, resource 11, this is my get out of jail free card. I think I've just called this any other record, because you might find information in one of the most unusual places. And the example I'm going to show you of any other record is an inquest file that relates to a murder that took place in 1936. Now, not all inquest files survive, but in some cases they do. And at the time that this murder was being investigated, the market garden was photographed. Now, I'm letting you know there are no gruesome photos here. I'm not going to show you photos of bodies or anything like that. But these records are, of course, held out at State Archives. So this is the general view of the market garden and the house. And here, I just get excited every time I see these photos because they would be so incredibly rare. You've got the watering cans down in the bottom right-hand corner. You've got, the market gardener's jackets there. And then we get to see inside the market gardener's house. So there's those rolls and rolls of hessian. The thing on the left, I think, is part desk, part bed that's held up with packing cases. This is another view, and you can see the poor conditions that people were working under. There's no proper glass in the window. There's no cupboards. And this is, I think, my favourite view of this photo of this market garden. I think I kind of roll around a bit when I sleep, and there's that piece of board which is just being supported on that trestle. I just don't know how people could sleep with this. And of course, we've got these packing cases just being used as a sideboard. Obviously, nails where they hang their clothes. And just to convince you that this really was a murder scene, they very nicely did this plan of the house, which bed was occupied by the deceased and the beds of all the other market gardeners who were interviewed. So as I say, you will sometimes find information in the most unusual places. The next resource I want to mention are the alien registrations from World War II. Now, we weren't at war with China in World War II, but many of the Chinese who were living here weren't citizens because they weren't allowed to be citizens, so they were aliens. So every time they moved, their change of address was registered. And these records are held at the National Archives of Australia that you can access through their Sydney office at Chester Hill. So this is an example of this gentleman, and the quality of the photograph up in the top right-hand corner is really, really very good. And it tells me that he was a market gardener of North Road, Eastwood. It gives us his height. And in some cases, it will actually tell you how long they've been in the area. Now, if he moved through the time of the Second World War, there would be additional pages to this form, which would say that he'd moved to Camden or he'd moved to the Hawkesbury or whatever. And of course, in terms of identification, there are the fingerprints down the bottom. And this is just a close-up of that. So the only way I could find those that were of use to me, because I was looking specifically for the Ryde and Eastwood areas, was to go through every one of these applications for World War II. In terms of surviving ones from World War I, as far as I know, there are virtually no alien registrations for Chinese surviving from World War I. But the really exciting records that I want to tell you about relate to the certificates exempting from the dictation test, also held at National Archives. So I'm sure many of you will know that from the early 20th century, we had a dictation test that could be applied in any language. And I really hate to use this expression, but I have to. It was aimed to keep Asians out. Now, for those Chinese who were already in Australia, who wanted to go back to China to visit family or perhaps father another child, they knew they wouldn't pass the dictation test if they wanted to come back in. So they could apply to be exempt from doing the dictation test. I'll just show you a picture of what the certificate exempting from the dictation test looks like. So it has, again, good quality photo, the nationality, the age, the height, the build, the particular marks. For any of you who have done convict research, this looks suspiciously like a convict indent, doesn't it? And when people applied to be exempt, they filled in a form that said how long they had been and where they had been in Australia. So in this case, we have Wing Chong of Buffalo Road Ryde. He's been 34 years at Sydney and Rockdale. Let's hope we've got a local studies librarian here from Rockdale. He's then gone back to China, and then he's been 2 1/3 years at Ryde. So this is useful information for me in terms of trying to locate the names of the market gardeners and where they might have been. The photos are absolutely exceptional in terms of the quality. They're only quite small, you know, perhaps 2 or 3 inches square in the old measure. But I think, you know, photos remind us we're talking about real people. And of course, in terms of identification, there were fingerprints included, and sometimes there were palm prints, obviously to determine that the person who left was the same person who returned. But the really exciting thing for us as local studies librarians are the letters, are the references that accompany these applications. So if a market gardener wanted to apply to be exempt from doing the dictation test, they had to get references from 2 locals saying that they were good and decent people. And all of that correspondence survives. So the first one I'm showing you here, 3rd of April 1906. Charlie Choi has been a neighbour of mine for the past 7 years. And during that period, I have had hundreds of have the highest regard for him. W. Hibble, who I know is Walter Hibble. In the same file, this is to certify that Charlie R. Choi has rented a piece of land at Ryde from me since 1901, 5 years, and during that time has resided therein continuously, growing vegetables for market. I have found him honest, trustworthy and obliging. Signed, Francis Blaxland. So once I know where Francis Blaxland's land is, then that's going to indicate to me where I should start to do more research. This one, Henry Johnston. This is to certify that Yok War has been working for the past 2 years in the Chinese garden which is part of my property on a Chander Road and Buffalo Road. Now, this one is probably my favourite, of William Cox at North Ryde. And I'm sure you'll be able to look at these through these after the presentation. But he says he could trust his life to this man. So this isn't just, you know, a reference which says somebody is, you know, hardworking and trustworthy. This is a really personal comment that's been made, and I think is exciting because it shows a real relationship. So just to give you an idea of accessing these, this SP42/1, as I said, is located at National Archives at Chester Hill. Up until about 1920, they are digitised. So for a long time, I used to sit on my lounge at home with my iPad, just going through these records because they're arranged by year and then by name. Well, if I didn't know the name, what I was looking to do was to go through these looking for the areas that I'm researching. So, of course, you know, I was able to say to my husband, look, I can't cook dinner tonight, darling, because I've got important work to do for Ryde Council. That lasted all of probably 10 minutes in terms of being a viable excuse. So for the records filed in 1916, I found one reference. As you can see, 1917, I found 3. But for 1930, I found 28 files. Now, I accessed these. These were physical files, and I was able to access them because at the end of last year, we did a major refurb of our library here, and we had to be off-site. So I put this forward as a project that I would like to spend time researching this particular set of records. So it probably, you know, being realistic with you, it probably took me 6 days of searching every file for 1930 to find those 28 files. But when you find them, and you find the photos, and you find the dates, and you find the names, and you find those letters in support, it is really incredibly exciting. Now, if we have somebody here from botany, I particularly like this one. Dear Sir, the bearer Sung Hing has been working in the garden next door to where we live for the past 5 or 6 years. The garden is called Kwong Mo Sing. He is honest and respectable man. He has been in the habit of coming up to my son twice a week to get taught schooling in English. So I know he is a quiet, sober man, and I think a fit person to recommend to you. And I find that an exquisite historical vignette that this market gardener was coming up to get taught schooling. But I think the fascinating thing is that Mr. Massey can't spell English because he spells it with an I, not with an E. So in terms of accessing the records at National Archive, as I said, some of them are online, but the paper ones, Sydney office at Chester Hill. Now I've done this pre-COVID, but I assume it's still open Wednesday to Friday. They really want you to pre-order records, and when you go there for your first time, they will interview you to determine what your research project is and how they can help you. And they also are really quite strict on the number of files you can pre-order and the number of files you can view in a day, because I think they've been burned by people ordering 200 files and then only looking at 3 of them. So, you know, if you're interested in going down this path, accessing things at National Archives, then the details I give you at the end of how to contact me, I'm happy to talk to you about that. So what I did, I'm a bit of a bowerbird with information. I do tend to collect things, and about 18 months ago, I started to put it into much more of a meaningful way. So I created a data entry sheet for every Chinese market garden location. So whether I knew a lot or a little, every market garden location I created a data entry sheet for. I also created an Excel spreadsheet of market gardeners, which can be problematic in itself because, as I said, sometimes the references are to people who are, you know, called Charlie or Dan or whatever. And then I just created a table of the people who wrote the references. So this is just a quick example of one of them. Land in the vicinity of Ferrabetta Avenue Eastwood was once a Chinese market garden. I've listed the person's name, and this person is called Ermington David Young, which sounds, you know, incredibly Anglo, but of course the family name was originally Jung, and he called himself Ermington because that's where he was born. And there's a map, and then there might be 2 or 10 pages behind this with every piece of information I know about this market garden. This is another example in Quarry Road, Badajos Road and Pooley Street. And the thing that I did, which I think is always useful, is when you're unsure of something, write that down too. Because when you come back to this in 12 months' time, you'll think, oh, did I really check that? Or what was the process I used to try and find something? In some cases, all I have is a single reference from a newspaper which says there was a market garden in Eltham Road, Bladesville. And I know nothing more about it, but it also gets that page, so at least it's been recorded. So in terms of what there is to physically see, there's not a lot, and that's why people don't know the story of the market gardens in this area, and it might be the same in your area too. So that Buffalo Road Market Garden is now the Ryde Bus Depot. And so this is the site of those amazing photos that I showed you, the interiors and exteriors. This is the view from the Ryde Civic Centre looking west down towards West Ryde and Eastwood. And all of that treed area below us was, up until the 1950s, Chinese market gardens. And that photograph I showed you of the house of the market gardener on watching day was in this vicinity. So what's happened is that infrastructure has taken place at the market gardens, housing has taken place, but every so often there will be a park, and you'll go to the park and you'll see a creek, and you can easily get transported back to the early 20th century and imagine the lives and the work of the market gardens. So what I really hope to do is to just get you excited about the possibilities. If you've got any questions, any follow-up, please, I'm only too happy to answer any questions, and my email address is down there below. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. That was fascinating. And you gave us some very helpful hints. It's good to know about the Chester Hill location and how to book. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions, anyone?
That was fantastic, Angela. Thank you.
Thanks.
My father, you mentioned Packapoo tickets. My father once said that my homework looked like a Packapoo ticket. So,
what was actually interesting about that Packapoo story was that when the interviewer heard the story and then asked the obvious question, like, how would you know that if you won that you were going to get the money that you'd won? And the person who was being interviewed, Norm Pacey, was actually quite offended by that question, because he said, old Dan wouldn't have done us out of anything. So I think it's really interesting that there was that level of trust, because a lot of the stories that, as I said, especially with the newspapers and the restrictive immigration practices, are to do with racism and intolerance and whatever. But I think in lots of cases, on a person-to-person basis, there were actually very, very good and positive relations.
Yes, it sounds like that was the case, doesn't it? Some amazing information you found.
Have you talked to Ian Hoskins about his research in North Sydney in Chinese
No,
market?
I haven't.
No, he's doing a lot, from what I understand.
On Chinese?
Yes, Chinese market gardens in North Sydney and Crow's Nest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Angela, did you come across any Aboriginal names?
No.
Or any Indians, Angela?
Yes. So when I was going through those certificates exempting from the dictation test, probably 95% of them were people of Chinese background, but there would also be other names. But of course, I wasn't so much interested in the names. I was just looking through every file, looking for my local area. So there were things that I saw as I went through, and I have to say, as I was looking through those, I was really wishing that I was the local studies librarian at Tamworth, because there was so many market gardens and so much paperwork associated with the area around Tamworth.
Yeah, Angela, I found it fascinating. It's a great presentation, and it's interesting too because we've an entry in our local studies history competition is actually about vegetable johns, Wang Ji and the forgotten Chinese market gardeners of Illawarra. So it'll make me now look at that in a different light to see how additional resources they may have used to expand on what they've presented.
Well, what's interesting, there was a history of RIDE done in 1947, and it's my kind of go-to history whenever I want to know when a particular school opened, or when did St John Ambulance start, or whatever. It's that kind of book, and there is not one reference to Chinese market gardeners. And so I think it is, for many, it could easily be a forgotten history. And yet, at their peak, we probably had 50 or 60 market gardens, and they were sizable blocks of land. They were between 5 and 10 acres, and a lot of them could be seen from the tram line. So it wasn't like they were up in the, back blocks that nobody would have seen. The market gardeners would have been obvious to people. And so, as I said, I think it's one of those things that it can easily just be forgotten. And many of the market gardeners were here for a sizable amount of time, because they would have lease after lease after lease.
Okay, I think that's it. If there are any other questions, you can always email Angela. But thank you, that was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And thanks for the comments on chat, they're really helpful. So don't forget to share what you know with us. So next up, we've got 10 slides in 5 minutes. Oh yes, yeah, okay. So next up is Aaron from Marrickville can't make it. They had to attend a meeting today. So we'll start with Hilary, if that's okay.
Hi, I'll just share my screen.
So sorry, I should have mentioned that Aaron couldn't make it. So we've got an extra 5 minutes to play around with.
Okay, hi, so can you see my screen?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Today I'm going to just briefly give an overview of our 2019 Local History Primary School Prize. It's an event that was sponsored by Friends of Wollongong Library with an amount of $2,000. The aim of this event was to meet one of our library strategy criteria, which is to engage young people in local studies and also to encourage the development of research skills. It was promoted to schools and within our libraries. This was difficult, getting past the admin people in schools and getting any information out to the people within schools. We found that a challenge. So, but we were happy with the results, since this was the initial running of a primary school prize, and we ended up with 34 entrants from 7 different schools. Oops. So what was involved? To enter the competition, students were given a 2-page entry form, and they had the options. It was done differently by each school and individual students. It could either be printed and then filled in or completed online. So it depended on the different resources that were available to the students as to how they actually did it. But we had ones that were fully completed online with images, pasted in, and all the text typed in, to ones which were all handwritten. In addition to the forms, there were teachers' notes to encourage the teachers to take it on board. So this included links to the curriculum and also tips and links to resources that would, for them to, where they could encourage their students to research. In addition to developing students' research skills, it was also the value for the local studies collection was to gain insights of local children at this point in time. So because one of the questions, the final question on the page, was to describe how the place looks now and why it is special to them, and how do they think it may change. So and some of those personal views were great to capture, and the sort of the thoughts that they shared. So I'll just mention so briefly what was required to enter was the students needed to access the library catalogue and select an image from our Illawarra Images collection, and encourage them to find an image of a local place which is special to them, whether it's a park, a building, a sporting venue, or a local beach or lookout. So after they selected that image, they needed to either photograph or draw a picture of what the place that they chose, what it looks like now. And then that went into the second box on the first page. On the second page, the task was to research the history of their chosen place. We gave a maximum of 200 words. It was actually quite interesting what could be achieved in 200 words. We may, when we run it again, we may expand that out to 250. we asked them to at least share 2 references. A couple of students did include more. And then, like I said, then the final section was to describe how the place looks now and why it is special to them. So after receiving the entries, they were judged with all the names removed. Oh, and also to protect the because of the students, they were only required to ask to share their first name and their year at school and the name of their school. And all of that information was removed before the judging panel got to read all of the entries. And anyway, so they were judged by the panel and assessed against the set criteria, and the top 5 winners were determined. Unfortunately, one of them couldn't make it to the presentation ceremony, but the picture shows 4 of our very happy winners. And so they each got $200 and plus $200 for their school library. And just out of interest too, the competition was aimed at children in years 4, 5 and 6. And based on feedback too, was that for some teachers was that it was actually better aligned to stage 2 rather than stage 3 in the primary school. And the teacher who had stage 2 students, she had grade 3 students who had also done it because it was set as a class task, and who would have loved to have been able to enter as well. And of the top 5 winners, 3 of them actually were in year 4. There was 1 year 5 student and 1 year 6 student. So to announce the winners and acknowledge the work and the participation, invitations were sent to students, their families and teachers, and we ended up with 21 children, their families and teachers attending the presentation. Lucky that's all that we didn't have any more, because we wouldn't have been able to fit them in the space that we had. Also, you can see in the background here, we did present each entry and frame them and have them on the wall, up on the wall, so that all the kids could see their work and the works of the other children. So, so it was rewarding to see how proud the children were to see their entries on display in the library and to be presented with their certificates by the Mayor. So yeah, it was a great event. And also to feedback from one local teacher was that it was a terrific local initiative which provided interesting prompts for writing. Thank you. I learned a great deal about my students via the process, and they enjoyed the historical exploration.
That's fantastic. I think we all want to go and do that. That's just a wonderful project.
Yeah, and also so we acknowledge the children's efforts, and to let them know that, you know, that their words, that they would be actually now become a resource in the local studies library. So to do that, we compiled all the entries into a book. So it's in the collection, so you can see it on the catalogue, and it can also be downloaded from the catalogue. So if anyone's interested in it, so from the catalogue, you can download the book, and in addition to having all the entries, there's also the forms that we use, the entry forms, the teacher's notes and things like that.
I think we all have that problem trying to engage students. That's brilliant. I think I will steal it.
Yeah. So have I got time? Just a couple more words.
Yes, yep,
Yep.
couple of minutes.
Okay. Yep. So we are, the Friends have agreed to sponsor the event again, so it will be run in 2021 with a couple of changes based on the feedback from one of the teachers. We will open it up to grades 3 to 6, and possibly then divide the prizes between stage 2 and stage 3. And to advertise in term 1, because we never knew sort of what was the best time so that teachers could incorporate it into their learning plans. And also what we'll do is to include a third page with contact information for each child, because it was so hard sending out invitations to the students and checking out that they got them via the school, because we had no personal contacts. So and then you just never knew whether they actually got their invitations to the event or not. So that's a definite change that we will make. So it would be a page that wouldn't be available to the public, but available for us to manage invitations, etc. So like I said, the biggest challenge was getting the advertising, the promotional material to the right people. And hopefully, at least now we have some contacts in some schools, and we'll be able to build on these when we run it next year. And I have...
People have asked a couple of questions on the chat. Maybe you can answer them later.
Yep, sure.
About the marketing. What was the other one? There was just another. Exactly how you marketed it. And I think we probably want to hear about that. But maybe if we can go to Georgina and then come back if we've got
time. Sure.
But thank you so much. Thank you. Georgina, you there?
Yeah. Hi, how are you? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Can everyone hear
Wonderful.
Georgina?
Oh, yeah, I really want to see this one. That's the wrapped coast.
I actually have just lost my share screen. Just bear with me. Can you actually see my screen now?
Not yet.
Yes.
Okay. Can other people see Georgina's screen?
Not yet.
Not now.
No, okay.
It came on briefly.
Oh,
I can't see it.
Okay, sorry.
that's okay.
I can see Georgina. It's Kimberly here. She's here.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Hello.
Hello.
It worked beautifully when you practiced it earlier.
I know. And now I just can't get the frame I need to share my screen. It's on my desktop. Just bear with me.
They're fine.
Maybe Hillary could answer the questions now to make it a bit less stressful for Georgina sharing her screen.
Yeah, okay. How did you market it, Hillary? How did you get them interested? Oh, sorry. No.
Hi, I'm back. Yeah, it was challenging. So we had A4 flyers made, which we distributed to schools. Actually in a soft copy, so it was up to their choice, because we found hard copies. You just never know whether it gets to, like I said, the right teachers or coordinators. And also we had some exhibits up in the library, And we did have some children enter it independent of their school. So they had seen, there were a couple, not many. And also too, from actually having a student come into the library to do their research, and I thought, oh great, you're going in the they were doing it for a school project. And I thought when they were asking their questions, I was thinking, hey, that sounds like our competition questions. And the teacher she had used it and given it as a class task, but then was only going to select the best ones to enter the competition. So that was interesting. But anyway, and that enabled us though to start the conversation, because we then actually contacted the child's school and teacher. And then that was easy, because then we made us, like when I initially contacted the schools, it was information say we're willing to visit any school and to give an introduction. And this was the only school that took it up, where one of the librarians in my team went out and showed them how, with the resources that were accessible online, how to search for their image and to start getting some information. And the entries from that school, there were lots, and they were good. And you'll see that when you if you download the book from the catalogue. So it was very worthwhile. So yeah, it was challenging. So it's just any connections that you or your children's and youth team might have with local schools, any way that you can get it in.
I had a question about whether you use social media, and also you mentioned sponsorship, and I wondered, and that they were going to sponsor the next one as well. I wondered how you went about that.
Okay, the friends of our friends of Wollongong City Library Group, they it's one of the activities that they're keen to sponsor. And tonight we actually present the winner. So on alternate years, we present the winner of the adult local history prize tonight, and they put $5,000 up for that prize. So we had 16 entries. So it's been a good year. So whether COVID helped or not, I'm not sure, but that's happening tonight. So
oh wow, it's just
it is a lot of work though, but it's good in that we are getting new content for the collection.
Plus also you are getting a new audience, a new client. The younger people are getting involved again.
Yes, and just seeing them, they were actually, their reactions to seeing their work on the walls when they came in, and they were all levels of ability, and even like the less able kids, hey, they were chuffed to stand up there and their families getting pictures of them with the mayor. It was good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. How are you going, Georgina?
I just might excuse myself to get the Brains Trust to come and share the screen with me. I'm sorry for the interruption.
We'll get,
okay. Won't be a second.
Ellen or Bridget, who wants to go next?
I'm actually under 5 minutes, so I can...
Can you please come up here?
So I can do that really like in about 2, if that would work for people.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so you're probably seeing 2 screens at this stage, so hopefully you're just seeing a single screen at this stage that has Paint the Town Red on the top. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I was inspired by seeing a stack of Paint the Town Red publications Miley had on her desk in January. Many of your libraries are part of Paint the Town Red and have some great photographs of your local area and community in these publications. There are some excellent photographs of your libraries, such at Kincumber and Cumberland. And they also include photographs in your community. Here are some more examples from Cumberland and Marrickville before it was Inner West. This one from Cumberland also has photographs of the local park. and the council staff. I'm a big fan of these books being kept in local studies as well as other parts of the library because they're useful records of programs as well as showing parks, playgrounds, libraries and other council facilities, such as aquatic centres. This one is bilingual in Darug and English, and an earlier photograph showed one which was bilingual in Arabic. So this is my question to you. So that's me, which now gives Georgina space to screen share.
Oh, okay. Excellent. We can see it now.
Wonderful. I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. Can you hear and see the screen now?
Perfect.
Okay. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Georgina Keep and I'm the Local Studies Librarian at Randwick City Library. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which Randwick City Library stands and also wherever each of us are located today. I'd like to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge my partner in this project, Anna Maybury, who was new to the role when we attempted this extraordinary project. Local history is what brings us together, but it is also what sets us apart. Today, I'm going to share our experience of this monumental moment in our local history and global art history. 2019 marked 50 years since the Rapt Coast of 1969. Now, I'm not going to give you a history lesson on the installation, but its official title in itself gives you a degree of the magnitude of the project. It always has to be referenced officially as Caldor Public Arts Project #1, Christo and Jean-Claude's Rapt Coast, 1 million square feet, Little Bay, Sydney, 1969. Now, to give you some brief impression of the majesty of the installation and the photos that were taken by professional photographer Harry Schunk, I have included 2 of 150. Anna and I deliberated for a very long time cutting it down, but we thought these 2 gave you a good indication of the location at Little Bay, looking over to Prince Henry Hospital site, and also the massive coastline that was formed part of the installation. To quote Edmund Capon, if there ever was a defining moment in the story of modern and contemporary art in Australia, it was surely the very first Caldor project, Christo and Jean-Claude's Rapt Coast. So it was actually the largest single artwork in the world at that time, and to give you an idea of the scale, it is larger than Mount Rushmore. Not one vantage point afforded a complete view of the 90,000 square metre Salon wrapped artwork. Now, Salon was an agricultural erosion control mesh fabric, a cream coloured woven synthetic fabric branded as the ultimate in fabrics by the marketing madmen of the 1960s. Over 25,000 fasteners and 56.3 kilometres of orange propylene rope were needed to secure the fabric to the rock. Salon branded vans would deliver rolls and rolls to Little Bay, after which the fabric was sewn on site to cover the wide coastline. Now, I could go on and on with the history of the installation, the army of volunteers, the rock climbers, the art students, the University of New South Wales art students that volunteered on the project, that could see the potential of being working in collaboration with iconic artists Jean-Claude and Christo. John Caldor had secured the site for the artists when he returned from a trip to New York after being inspired when he visited them. He lobbied government agencies across Australia, and eventually the state government let him use the coastline at Little Bay after a great degree of negotiation and persuasion, I think, on the part of Caldor. Having looked at the extensive Caldor archive, which has kept every inch of information about his projects, it is a very impressive archive. It could have also been installed at Cornell, apparently. So if Helen at Sutherland is out there, this could easily have been you talking about this project. If not for the director of Prince Henry Hospital, who not only wanted a 20-cent entry fee to be paid to the hospital to go towards the hospital's administrative budget, he actually saw the restorative benefits to the patients in the hospital of having an art installation on the doorstep. And another contributing factor, which we will deal with more in depth later on, is the fact that the coastline was literally a tipping site for waste at that time, and we will go to that in a moment. But you can see from this slide the majesty of Harry Schunk's images, and that in itself was a great effort for us to get the images from this collection at the National Gallery of Washington. They were in analogue form, hadn't been digitised, and we were very, very fortunate to be given a licence to actually display these images for the exhibition only. So at the time, the installation was quite controversial. The Sydney Morning Herald had been documenting the comings and goings of vans and radical looking students down to Little Bay in what it called the Christo Chronicles. And so by the time that the installation appeared, there was a mixture of incredulity and actual curiosity. So people marched down to Little Bay to actually see what was going on. The goings on at Little Bay is how it was referred to. Now, I'm not going to read out this huge list of stakeholders. It's probably, as we found with Wrapped Coast, everything becomes supersized. The list of stakeholders for this project was probably the most in number and public profile that I've had to deal with in anything to do with my career. John Caldor and the Caldor project team were most generous in their support of our project, considering they were also having their own retrospective at the Art Gallery of New South Wales simultaneously. The archivist at Caldor and the publishing team and liaison team were very generous with supporting our project. And just to add to the mix, they were also digitising their collection at the same time they were trying to support our project and the Art Gallery of New South Wales. So it was a very hectic time for all. So we have a lot of stakeholders, and normally your funding body would come right at the top of that, but we found that our own organisation was bumped quite a way down the list at the moment, but we'll go to stakeholder management later on. Community engagement is a critical part of any project of this nature. Now, after having tapped into the rich Caldor project and established that there was enough material there and in our own collection to mount an exhibition to mark this occasion, I actually used our communications team to appeal to our local residential base. I actually expected to be swamped with people's personal photos of day trips to Little Bay. And I have to say the calibre of our marketing team, both at council and in the library, is superlative. And it shocked me that for quite some time, after having a full page spread in the council's magazine to all ratepayers, we had little, if no, response to appeals for memorabilia, photos, videos, anything of that nature. But we did find that once people did come forward, they were of gold standard and they referred other people to us throughout the project. There was a reciprocal and collaborative partnership between us and the Caldor projects team, and also the Art Gallery of New South Wales. They referred back to us two of the young artists, Ian Millis and Brian Marnie, who had worked with Jean-Claude and Christo in their youth. And we actually performed oral histories with them and used some of their memorabilia in the exhibition. So that was gold standard find, and it shows the collaborative nature of our stakeholders and how supportive we all were of each other. Now, Ellen Waugh, I'm going to speak to the majesty of Ellen's Kodachrome slides are perhaps only matched by Penelope Seidler's home slides as well, which we were fortunate enough to have one under license in our exhibition at the time, but I haven't shared that with you today. But Ellen Waugh is probably one of the first people I met when I started working at Randwick City Library. She has lived in the family home at Coogee since 1937 and is a former president of the Randwick and District Historical Society. At the time in 1969, she was an art teacher at the Sydney College of the Arts, and she took her class down to Rapt Coast to show them the installation as it was being built. So Ellen has been most generous with her knowledge and time in the entire time I've worked at Randwick. She was the first person I interviewed specifically on this subject in December of 2018. And that's really when the project became real to me. I referred her back to the Caldor project team too, because she also had salvaged probably a Spotlight material shop's worth of salon from the site at the end of the installation, and had stored it in her house for 50 years, waiting for this occasion, I think, for us to use it in our exhibition. So when she broke her foot in the winter of 2019, her neighbours, knowing the importance of our project and her passion, like-minded passion for the project, rallied to deliver her objects to us when she was incapacitated. Luckily, by History Week of September 19, she arrived at the exhibition launch on her own 2 feet. The Caldor team were most impressed with her images and used them throughout their marketing campaign as well. Now, I showed you the Scene magazine that the council did the shout out in to all our resident ratepayers. I can say to you that when I saw this image after probably a month or so of not having any response at all, dead silence, I almost cried. I thought everyone who lived in the area would have a similar style of photo of them visiting the Rapt Coast. Now, the small boy who has his arms wrapped around his mother's waist at the right-hand end of the image was the man who responded to the shout out. He got his sister, Sue Bowers-Brown, to contact us and bring the image that is on the left of screen to me at the library. Now, this speaks to the emotional investment that you generate with people once you're doing projects like this. We were already heavily invested as staff in this project. And when we saw this image, it was absolutely captivating. So we actually met half of the people in this image. They all came to the launch of the exhibition. But Sue Bowers-Brown, who was assisting her mother Mary on the extreme right-hand end, had actually had this image on her dressing table for 50 years, which is why the one on the left-hand side is very faded. And Sue rifled through the drawers of both her mother and Patricia Horsley, her friend who composed the photo on the day, is the photographer. They were both architects from Wallara and took their friends and family group down to Little Bay to educate their children and to show them an artwork of enormous magnitude on their doorstep. So Trish is still a live wire today. We interviewed the group and did another oral history. That was a learning experience as well, doing a group oral history where some people's health were suffering, some people were children and remembered it from a different angle. But you can see actually once we had the original Kodachrome colour, you could see why they were dressed in more winter clothes than summer clothes and had an umbrella, because the storm clouds approaching were almost faded to white in the original photo that was on Mary's dressing gown for so long. So here we come to the exhibition reveal. After months and months of negotiation with international stakeholders, we uncovered not only the National Gallery of Washington collection of images on the project, we also found an hour-long documentary video. The rights owner was in New York. That was probably the most expensive component of the exhibition in terms of materials. To get the rights to use that, but it was well appreciated by the people who visited the exhibition. You can see John Caldor's launch was actually the evening before our launch. So we actually had Penelope Seidler, who worked on the project for John as the site manager while he was in New York for several months during the installation. So Penelope was in an expert place as well to be able to assist us with launching the exhibition. She wore her Christo badge, which she had also loaned us one for the exhibition, and had a beautiful image of herself and her son taken by Harry Seidler on site at Wrapped Coast, which unfortunately due to rights I can't share with you today. This is some of the people at the launch of the exhibition enjoying it. This Ellen Waugh is here. It was actually very gratifying to see her well enough to come. The bottom image is actually the Sydney rock climbers who came several months after the exhibition had opened. The Caldor project team organised a national reunion of people who had abseiled and rock climbed with Christo and Jean-Claude to install the project. That was serendipitous that I was actually working on a Saturday afternoon when they emerged at the library and they got a private curatorial tour of the exhibition. You can see them looking at the hour-long video. They're seeing footage of people they hadn't seen for 50 years, some of whom had passed away, some of whom they remembered, some of whom were there. So it was a great emotional journey for them to see what we had pulled together. So emotional investment is critical to the success of these types of projects. Now, the controversy. I did not anticipate the controversy of this project. Admiring the majesty and the art angle of it, and also its iconic place in our national and global art history. I actually did not anticipate that there would be any person who objected to us commemorating 50 years since it had been done. So the issue was, at the time, the coastline was being used as a rubbish tip, and that is not unique to the city of Randwick. If we think back to the 60s, backyard incinerators was still a common thing, and it was almost a social outing on the weekend to go to the local tip and dump your rubbish. So Randwick City in that respect was no different to any other area. So the Wrapped Coast actually covered over a lot of this wasteland. So some of the reaction from the community to begin with, the environmental angle, today's view of how we used to manage waste back in the day has definitely changed. Would the event happen or the installation happen today? John Caldor himself spoke to this at our keynote address, and I think everyone realises that for a lot of reasons, the installation for WH&S reasons, for environmental reasons, would probably not get the green light from government at all. So we soldiered on, believing that highlighting the history of this project actually showed us and the community how far our views had advanced in terms of looking after the environment. in waste management, in sustainability. Our council has a very strong and robust commitment to environmental focus and sustainability. So the communications team at council were actually critical, and I engaged them at an early opportunity. And after they had addressed one community concern, we didn't have an issue going forward. So my advice is coming up that professional help actually needs to be sought early to manage or mitigate any concerns. So the project outcomes, we had an iconic exhibition for 3 months at the Lionel Bowen Library, a separate marquee event with John Caldor in a keynote address at Prince Henry Community Centre, which actually overlooks that iconic coastline we showed you where Christo wrapped the coast. Obvious things, we acquired new resources for the collection. We raised the profile of the library and the council received feedback from local, national and international stakeholders. We learnt new skills, and I acknowledge Anna again here. I think I mentored her in her first exhibition with us, and she in turn shared her skills. We had a lot of fun editing digital oral histories that it took a lot of our own time to actually get to a stage where we could share them on an iPad, and Anna actually curated the oral histories with people's either still images or moving content. Brian Marnie, one of the young artists that worked with Christo and Jean-Claude, shared his digital home footage of the Savart performance group who did a pop-up exhibition on the Wrapped Coast, and he captured that in a home movie which he shared with us. The opportunity to work with art industry creatives and establish new contacts was probably also one of our great advantages, and we still maintain those contacts today. And we've been actually in communication with the librarians at the National Gallery of Washington, checking in with them. They're actually still in COVID lockdown and don't anticipate being back in their physical workspace anytime soon. They have used the time to create metadata for the beautiful images they digitised for us from the Shunkinkenda analogue collection that is now digitised and available not only via Getty, which is how we found reference to them, but also via the National Gallery of Washington's catalogue. The learnings I would just briefly go through because I know I've held you up and we're running over time. As I said, communicating difficult messages is a professional skill, and I engaged the manager of communications at council who was very helpful, and once he had communicated his message, we didn't have any more real concerns around people's reaction to our exhibition. Another thing I'd also like to highlight, the public story is also a very personal narrative. You can use that investment to your advantage. The example of Sue Bowers-Brown and her family, Ellen Waugh, who had a 50-year passion for the art installation at Little Bay. Those sort of people are gold, and they still come into the library and talk to us about their love of what we did, and it has been a great benefit to our library. We, as colleagues, termed the process Christomass, which is sometimes a very stressful process involving a lot of work in the lead up to it, but it's also often over before you know it. The legacy, emotional investment, again, John Caldor came to the exhibition on his way down to Little Bay and had never seen the image on the left of these two ladies walking on the installation at Wrapped Coast, and it was the first time he had seen his mother in this image. So these images had been locked away in Washington. He had never seen them. So it was very emotional for him and for us. And it was great to see what we thought was a hero image that actually had an emotional connection to John Caldor himself. it is a privilege of this job that we have, that we can share these type of things with people. So after having gone way too long and holding you up, I will leave you with a Sarline truck, because there was a procession of these going down to Little Bay, and the goings on at Little Bay were something that we should celebrate, and it was a unique opportunity. So thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you, Georgina. That's fantastic. I hope you can stay around till after the next speaker, because we've had to cut this session short because Andy Carr needs to talk now. But I'm sure people have questions for you, and I've got a few questions. So happy to come back later?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Thank you. That's a fantastic project. So I was hoping that we could all have a quick couple of minutes break, but I think Andy's being very kind and fitting us in between a couple of desk shifts. So I think we'll have to go straight to Andy Carr from the State Library.
Thank you, Donna. Now I'll just share my screen with you.
Okay, so welcome. Andy's from the State Library. He's going to talk about the sporting archives.
I sure am.
Paper on.
I sure am. Now, can you all hear me?
Can everyone hear Andy? Yep.
Good, and you can see my PowerPoint on the
Yep.
screen here.
Everyone,
so,
okay, over to you.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't see your shared screen, Andy, sorry.
Oh, okay, so I should have a PowerPoint on the screen. It's not coming up?
Yep, sorry, that's why I butted in, because I didn't want you to kind of get too...
Oh, sorry.
My apologies, but yes, so if you could share screen, it's in the center at the bottom.
Yep. Now, I thought I had done that. Let me try that again. So, as you can see, I'm a little bit new to Zoom, so we'll see how we go now. So, sharing screen, but what I need to do is to get onto my PowerPoint now. So, if I click into this, you should all be able to see. Right, how's that?
Yes, we can see that.
Thanks very much. So thanks to you all for being here, and special thanks especially to the local studies librarians who helped me along the way. I'd like to share a paper I presented last year at Sporting Traditions 22, which was the biennial conference of the Australian Society for Sports History. It was held in the middle of winter in Bathurst, probably not the best time to hold a conference. I struggled through my presentation with a dreadful cold, and I was dosed up on cold and flu tablets and made some gag about going to a sports history conference and being tested for performance enhancing drugs. But fortunately, the audience members were good sports. The aim for my paper was to provide an insight into some overlooked and underutilised sources for the history of sport in New South Wales. Right, I'll be speaking about a survey I conducted of public libraries in New South Wales recently to explore the holdings of sports archives. I'll share the key findings of the survey, and I'll highlight some of the important archival collections that the survey uncovered. We'll look at how these collections tie in with sports archives at my workplace, the State Library of New South Wales, and I'll share some of the highlights of our collections and their backstories. And finally, I'll look at what happens next, where we go to from here. Right. When I use the word archives in this paper, I don't mean the institutions like the National Archives of Australia, I mean the documents. And to use a non-sporting example, we have the Fairfax Media Business Archive at the State Library. I'm referring to collections of documents assembled by or about a particular sporting club or sporting association or governing body, or by an individual practitioner of sport, for example, an athlete, an administrator, or a journalist. In the collection of records of a sporting organisation, documents can include and are not limited to the following: minutes of meetings, correspondence files, balance sheets and cash books, annual reports, membership lists or address books, results of competitions, flyers and posters advertising events, and photograph albums. Our examples here come from the records of the New South Wales Women's Hockey Association at the State Library. The records of several other state-based sporting governing bodies are also held at the State Library, including those of athletics, basketball, and softball. Now, the personal papers of sporting practitioners may include the same kinds of materials, but also letters, diaries, scrapbooks, photo albums, and objects such as medals or items of clothing. The examples here come from the collection of sports administrator E.S. Marks, who was involved with many sports in Sydney, including rugby union, athletics, cycling, and coursing, which was a sport of the late 19th and 20th centuries that involved greyhounds chasing live hares. I like to think of these collections as the raw materials with which sports historians work their magic. And I think I was playing to the crowd a bit when I wrote that. Right. The inspiration for this research project was twofold. The first inspiration came in my regular work as a librarian in the front lines at the State Library. You're all aware of the Trove newspapers database, to which the National Library, the state libraries, and many public libraries can contribute digitised newspaper content and make it searchable. The Trove newspapers is a vital resource. So often it's a researcher's first port of call in finding out about the origins of a sporting club or the development of a sport in a particular town or region. Trove makes newspaper research, well, pre-1955 anyway, possible for you from your home or office. Martin Polly, in his textbook Sports History: A Practical Guide, identified an over-reliance on newspaper research in many published sports histories. Some authors, he writes, use newspaper articles to the exclusion of other sources. And I do tend to agree with Polly's analysis. One of our challenges in helping researchers at the State Library is getting them to look beyond Trove newspapers. And this is probably true of Trove in general. So besides the digitised newspapers on Trove, we also use Trove to discover the holdings of books, photographic collections, and manuscript material in libraries throughout Australia. There is so much information on Trove these days that we can be forgiven for assuming that everything is on Trove. I know from my work at the State Library, this is not true. Not everything we have is just discoverable via Trove. This led me to suspect that other libraries may be in a similar position and that not everything in their collections will be uncovered in a Trove search. So, my other inspiration came from Lauren Jackson's shoes. In November 2018, I visited the Albury Library Museum, which, as its name suggests, is a combined library and museum. I was most impressed with the display that contained personal artifacts of Olympian and basketballer Lauren Jackson. This included Lauren's shoes from the 2000 Olympics, on which she wrote the word "believe" across the toes in black marker pen. Seeing Lauren Jackson's shoes at a local library prompted me to wonder what other sporting goodies I might find in public libraries all over New South Wales. So I vowed to conduct a survey of public libraries to inquire about their holdings of sports archives. I designed a Microsoft Office form and sent it via email to all the members of the New South Wales Local Studies Librarians mailing list. As I told my audience of sports historians, local studies librarians tend to be passionate, knowledgeable, and devoted to collecting and providing access to information on their local area. Good people to know. I started with general questions about whether you collect archives relating to local organisations or local individuals or families. I then homed in on the sports aspect, asking whether you hold records of sporting organisations or papers of local sporting identities. I asked for information on your holdings and for links to catalogue records or to digitised content. Then came questions about whether these collections are listed on your library's own catalogue or on Trove via Libraries Australia. And finally, I asked whether I could contact you for further information and whether you had any comments or questions for me. Right, so a total of 33 libraries responded to my survey. And considering that there are presently 90 public library services in New South Wales, I felt that just over a third is a pretty good return. If anyone else would like to respond, just let me know. It's never too late to find out more about your own collections. Each respondent spent an average of 28 minutes answering these questions. So I can't thank you enough for all the time you spent on this. And only 4 of the 33 responding libraries have never collected the records of local organisations, nor the papers of prominent local individuals or families. Of the others, 23 libraries presently collect records of organisations and 24 presently collect personal papers. 4 libraries have stopped doing this, and the reasons that libraries gave for no longer collecting such materials mostly relate to a lack of funding and a lack of space for these kind of materials. Okay, now on to the sporting questions. 22 of those libraries, so exactly 2/3, hold records of sporting organisations. 10 of the responding libraries, just under 1/3, hold the papers of local sporting identities. And 15 of the 33 libraries, so under half of them, list archival collections on their library catalogue. This means that you won't find their sporting archives by searching the catalogue. And the reason for this is mainly that the cataloguing of manuscript collections is different from the cataloguing of books. To catalogue such materials often means purchasing additional software or even employing staff who are familiar with the rigours of this kind of cataloguing. Or it could just be a matter of priorities. Public libraries need to ensure that their readers are getting access to popular fiction, children's books, ebooks and such. Historic collections are sometimes relegated to the backlog. Many of the responding libraries said that they maintain spreadsheets that enable library staff to keep track of these collections. This means researchers can access the collections one way or another, so long as they know who to ask and so long as they know that it's worth asking in the first place. And even fewer of these libraries, so 7 of the 33, list their archival holdings on Trove. So it's quite obvious to me now that when searching Trove for archival material, we're not seeing the full picture. Right. The survey uncovered a range of sports archives all over the state. In no particular order, here are some of the collections that local studies librarians shared with me. The City of Canada Bay in Sydney is a result of a merger between the former Concord and Drummoyne councils. It holds many useful records, including a large collection from the Drummoyne Amateur Swimming Club, 1943 to 2004, and photographs that go back even further. This club has had many famous members, including Forbes Carlyle and Shane Gould. The Inner West Council has a large collection of minute books from the Balmain Rowing Club, 1882 to 1964. There's been a project to digitise these records to make them available on the club's website. And the link is there on my PowerPoint slide, so get in and look if you haven't seen those already. Newcastle Region Library has records of several Novocastrian sports organisations. Surf lifesaving clubs are well represented, including those of Newcastle, Cooks Hill, Merewether and Stockton. Golf, cricket and soccer are also prominent in the Newcastle collection. And I was pretty excited about the collections of the Blue Mountain City Library. Besides having the records of the Katoomba Rifle Club, Katoomba Athletic Club and the Springwood Amateur Swimming Club, the library collects material relating to the sport of roller derby. The collection includes Blue Mountain's Roller Derby League t-shirts and several photos. The player known as Vixen Bones, seen here in the photo in deep discussion with the ref and her opponent from varsity, is better known as Vicky Edmonds, the manager of Blue Mountain City Library. And many thanks to John Merriman for sharing these images and stories with me. I must give an honourable mention to the Broken Hill and Outback Archives, part of the Broken Hill Library. Many sports archives are held there relating to boxing, motor racing and various codes of football that were popular in Broken Hill at various times. At this stage, the holdings are not listed on any catalogue. In general, the sports holdings of local studies collections are very diverse. For example, the records of the Goulburn Women's Bowling Club at the Goulburn Mulwaree Library include trophies and plaques as well as written records. The Parramatta Heritage Centre has black and white silent film footage from Westmead Speedway in the 1950s. And Bayside Council has medals and memorabilia from the athletics club, the Botany Harriers. Onto some state library collections now. In 1992, Richard Fagan of the Uni of New South Wales studied sports archives in libraries and archives throughout Australia, and he reached this conclusion. He said, what little material that is held in repositories is biased towards famous and successful sporting personalities and the more popular sports. This is true of our collections to an extent. The State Library actively contacts notable sports people to ask about acquiring their personal papers. This is how we acquired the personal papers of Wallaby great David Campese in 1994. And we also purchased sporting collections at public auctions. This is how we acquired the papers of Olympic swimmers Shane Gould in 2000 and John Conrad in 2011. From the Shane Gould papers, here is a page from Shane's diary from the Munich Olympic Games in 1972. It shows Shane's reaction to winning her first Olympic gold medal. Gold medal in block letters, Olympic and world record, thrilled. In recent years, we've had collecting drives to acquire material that fills gaps in our collections. Contemporary women's sport is one example. In 2018, we commissioned historian Tanya Evans to conduct oral history interviews with notable sportswomen. And the first cabs off the rank were netball legend Liz Ellis and young Newcastle skateboarder Poppy Star Olsen. From the library's catalogue, you will find links to audio files of the interviews and to an image of the interviewee. In the past year, the focus on our collecting has been the women's professional football codes. So we endeavoured to collect published material like magazines and match programs and ephemera like posters and flyers of all the New South Wales teams competing in the various professional codes of women's football. The State Library also purchases photographic collections such as Barbara McGrady's photos from the Touri knockout rugby league tournaments of the last few years. The State Library's collections are full of the stories of both towns and sporting clubs that have fallen by the wayside. The town of Hill End, an hour north of Bathurst, was a booming gold mining town in the 1870s and 1880s with a population of 8,000. Today, there are just 102 people living in Hill End. A battered volume in the library's collection contains the minutes and team lists of the cricket club and the football club in the 1880s. Frustratingly, nobody has been able to work out what code of football was being played in Hill End. It's not mentioned in the records, and there is very little Hill End content on Trove newspapers. We tend to collect non-current records of present-day organisations, records that the organisation itself won't be consulting regularly. For example, we have 3 large boxes packed with records of the Balranald Racing Club that go up to 1967. More recent records are retained by the club, which continues to stage race meetings twice a year. For sports historians, the 3 biggest takeouts from my investigations are, 1, that there are many relevant archival collections in the New South Wales Public Library network. 2, that they may not be discoverable through a search of the library's catalogue. And 3, researchers may need to contact the libraries of particular councils directly to ask about the collections that are relevant to their research. On the websites of most public libraries, there's a page with a name like Ask a Librarian, or it might just be called Contact Us. This is an opportunity for researchers to get in touch to find out about a library's holdings before they visit. I suggested to my audience of sports historians that they mark any such inquiries that they send for the attention of the local studies librarian, because that way their inquiry will be directed to the staff member most likely to be most helpful. While library staff are probably unable to check through individual collections, they can certainly tell researchers whether or not it's worth visiting the library to conduct further research themselves. And I hope this hasn't created too much extra work for you. Okay, as well as surveying public libraries, I've done a pretty comprehensive sweep of the State Library's sporting collections. I've compiled a list arranged by sport, a list arranged by types of collections, such as records of sports governing bodies, records of clubs and papers of individuals, and a list of collections relating to women in sport. I offered to share these lists with the audience at Bathurst, and I provided my email address as a contact for any further questions. If anyone here today would like to access these lists, please let me know. Happy to send them to you. Further work needs to be done to make our sporting collections more accessible. And this is something I can't do on my own. Now, we could clone me, I guess, but a safer alternative to cloning me is to enlist the help of other staff throughout the library. My colleague Anne Peck of the library's archival team embarked on a project to create catalogue records for many of our unprocessed sporting collections. Anne devoted much of her time over a 3-month period late last year to processing collections that are finally receiving the attention they deserve. These include the records of Deaf Cricket Australia, the Manly Amateur Swimming Club, and Peter Yean's papers on basketball in New South Wales. and also worked on the records of the New South Wales Gymnastics Association, the Sydney Football League, which governs Aussie rules in Sydney, and the North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club, among others. Anne's work was supported by Library Foundation funding. And this funding includes the production of a sports research guide, which will go live on the library's website on the 1st of April next year. My colleague Michael Adams, a former local studies librarian himself, is working on the sports research guide as we speak. And here's a sneaky photo I took of Michael this morning, hard at work. The guide will showcase the library's sporting collections, while also pointing out some key online resources. And the guide will also mention the collections of New South Wales public libraries, and it will include some of the examples that my survey uncovered. I concluded my presentation at Bathurst by saying that from Broken Bay to Broken Hill, via Bathurst of course, and from Ballina to Bega, the public libraries of New South Wales are home to many sports archives to inspire sports historians and their research projects. So thanks again to all the local studies librarians who assisted with my research project. Now I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Andy. That was great. I'll just say our sports archives at Mossman are the only ones I keep in the public Mossman room because they're the most inquiries I get. And I'm not particularly interested in sport, but when you start going through the archives of these sporting associations, they also indicate a lot of the social history of the area. So they're a good resource for not just sport, but for social history and cultural.
Absolutely, yeah.
Anyone got any questions? That was great, thank you. Questions? Comments? There have been some good comments.
Oh, good.
I might also say that doing the survey was really good for me because it made me more aware of what was in the sporting collection. So if anyone wants to do the survey, you'd be happy to get it?
Yeah, so I can send the link. I'm happy to get more responses, even though it's sort of closed about a year or so ago. No troubles at all. And I'm happy to add to the list so that we can put more examples in our spreadsheet of the kinds of collections. So Michael's research guide will give some examples, and I'm happy to have more info from anybody out there.
I think it also highlights what Ellen said, that it is important to get our collections on Trove because it's not just about newspapers.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, as I said, people do expect to find things on Trove, and they often, if they search Trove and find nothing, they assume that there's nothing. So I did try to make it clear to them that they need to contact local libraries themselves, and just rather than relying on the catalogues, just to sort of speak to an expert who'll be able to at least search out the back for them with nothing else and find what is available.
Any questions?
So there's a comment from Jeff there about, so quite a lot of, I suppose, especially Sydney-based libraries will have collections about the 2000 Olympics. So would anybody like to comment more about that? Any examples in your own library collections?
When I was at Liverpool, we did quite an extensive collection of Olympic material. I'm honestly not sure what's actually still in the collection at Liverpool, but yeah, mind you, here at Canada Bay, we don't seem to have very much.
About the Olympics.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We did contribute to the survey, and we've got quite extensive sporting collections here, but it's kind of patchy. You've got what you've got.
Yeah, I know that some libraries went out there and actually photographed the torch relays in their areas too, which was great. So, yeah.
Where's the torch in Goulburn if it's not in the library?
in the council chambers. Right.
Mm.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go. Is that catalogued anywhere?
At least you know where it is. Okay, well, if there are no other questions or comments, I'm sure, Anne, you can contact Andy at the library if you want to ask him anything. Oh, a cauldron.
Absolutely.
For what? From the Olympics?
From the 2000 Olympics.
Oh, wow.
That's very impressive.
Yeah. How big is it? Oh, do they? Right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow. Where's Mossman's? Yeah.
Not catalogued.
Right, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
4 feet. Yeah, I know. It's keeping a track of everything, isn't it, Peter? Okay, well, probably that is it, but I'm sure you're happy for emails if people want to contact you, or if they want to do
Please
the
do.
survey.
Absolutely. So I can send you the link to the survey again.
We can
And
include it in the minutes.
Sure. Okay. I should pass it on to you.
Okay.
And
well,
if anybody wants to get in touch about getting copies of the guides that I've been producing, please do. More than happy to share.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much, Andy. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your next desk shift.
Cheers. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So we'll just go back to 10 slides in 5 minutes. So Georgina, are you still there? If anyone has some questions for Georgina? Hi.
I'm here if there's any questions.
So, I have a comment. I mean, it's a fantastic project, but when you were talking about advertising it and promoting it and trying to get the stories and photographs, and you went out to the local government area, I find with my local government area that I have to go further out because so many people who would have lived here 20, 30 years ago no longer live here. And that's the hard bit, getting out to those other areas. Did you look at that?
I actually relied on the stakeholders that we already had at Caldor project team, Art Gallery of New South Wales, I think you've probably seen that the hero image from the shout out in the Scene magazine, which does go to over 100,000 residences. The small child in the photo was still a resident of the area and he activated the family. Sue Bowers-Brown, who brought the image to me, to this day doesn't understand why she didn't go with her family to Rapt Coast. She's not in the image herself. So we included her in the group oral history. Her sister, who's in the middle of the image, was appalled that her mother had let her wear such a short dress on the occasion now. But no, I think it depends on your budget, and we're reliant on council comms channels. We did also use socials as well because we thought that might reach out to people beyond the LGA. So council has Facebook, Insta, other channels, so does the library. So I think we are blessed in our library with marketing that, you know, if it, I realise now that just not many people obviously kept images if they went to the installation, I think. But I'd be keen to find anyone. There's been one comment of somebody made a trip, and I'm sorry, I rushed out of work at 6 o'clock last night without the little archive box with the sample salon in it to show people. But it is actually quite different in real life to what it looks in the majestic photos, which actually stunned us. Ellen's meterage of the product, it's quite a cream colour, and it has been stored in the dark for 50 years, not in ideal conditions, but you know, I think it's pretty true to the original colour, and it's actually a buff sort of colour, not white as it looks in images. So that was another interesting thing. You just don't realise these things until you're given the opportunity to work with people who were there. So it is an absolute privilege of our role to come across people like this and share what they have in their attic or cellar. So yes, yeah, it was a great project. We had, in 2009, we had the sesquicentenary of Randwick City Council, so I'd always felt it was a missed opportunity on the 40th anniversary, and I vowed to myself if we were around for the 50th, we were going to do something. So yes, but I think you have to be mindful that other people might not share your views. You know, coming from a cultural arts background, if you come from more of an environmental background, you know, there are still staples in the rocks down at Little Bay from the Savon. So I think, you know, if you're aware of the coastline and use it recreationally, the remnants of the installation are still visible there. So it's something to be mindful of, because you can be passionate about something, but other people see things that we really appreciate in a different light. And it was literally a rubbish tip. The Savart little pop-up film showed us that the car park to the installation was the car park to the tip, and they were tiptoeing over the edge of the cliff and all the rubbish that was there as well. So the more material that we found, the more it just uncovered the nature of the actual landscape before Wrapped Coast was covering it. And I have to say too, the fact that it almost blew away in a storm 2 weeks before it was opened was also another controversial component of it. There were people who wanted that to be the end of the matter. But Christo and Jean-Claude persevered on with their volunteers, and it was displayed for 3 months. So,
any questions for Georgina? Any comments? Oh, if anyone does have any comments, I'm sure they can email you.
Yep, that's fine. We're happy to be contacted.
Thank you. That was great. It's a really, really good project to do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we might, if everyone wants, have a 5-minute break, no longer. If you would like to do that, then we can go on with the rest of the 10 slides in 5 minutes. Would people like to have a stretch? Or do you want to keep going?
Five minutes sounds good.
Okay, great. So we'll come back at 12:07, if that's okay. So see you all shortly, and we'll finish the rest of the 10 slides in 5 minutes. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. Mhm. Okay, everyone back? Okay, well, we might get started with the slides again. So next up is Bridget Banfield from Northern Beaches.
Okay.
Excellent.
Can
Okay,
everyone...
that's through. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Bridget, the team leader for local studies with Northern Beaches Council, and my talk today is History Hub, the challenges and opportunities of merging multiple digital collections. The presentation will provide an overview and highlight the key takeaways that were experienced by the local studies team during their journey of amalgamating and setting up our digital platform History Hub. And first, I'd like to acknowledge the team for their insights with this presentation because I actually joined partway through this History Hub project. History Hub, our online source for Northern Beaches local studies collection, launched on the 7th of September. We were all incredibly excited to see this site out in the community and really pleased with the result. It took close to 2 years of dedicated hard work from the local studies team, and in the first month we had over 5,000 users and 86,000 page views. Some of you would recognise the design of this page. We signed up to the Recollect Collection Management Cloud-based platform, and the team went through a lengthy process to select Recollect, but we were all happy with this final decision. So what did we learn on the journey? For those who don't know, Northern Beaches Council was created in 2016 after the amalgamation of the former Manly, Warringah and Pittwater councils. The local studies teams were also combined, although their offices remained in their separate locations at Manly, Dee Why and Mona Vale libraries. Prior to History Hub, the local studies team had started to work together on projects and to develop strategies on ways to bring the collection together. But I think with any council that has experienced amalgamation, there are challenges with this process. It's slow and daunting, and History Hub has enabled this digital collection to be accessible from the one location for both staff and public for the first time. Designated project time allowed the team to meet in person twice a week, and this really helped speed the amalgamation process along and provided us with a solid foundation as we continue to improve the processes and procedures of our collection. Everyone agreed that the best thing they did prior to starting on the project was a stock take of all three collections, both physical and digital. This improved the accessibility of the collection for everyone, and allowed us to select what was essential for the initial ingest across the 3 locations and what the next priorities will eventually be. Everyone focused on stock take for their own branch. This was the way it had to be due to time constraints and because of issues accessing the drives at the different branches. It's really important to communicate with the vendor, in our case with Recollect, and ask questions or clarify any doubts. This is especially important when you're ingesting bulk amounts of metadata. We had 3 collections to merge, and a lot of time was spent trying to decipher our terminology and how it correlated with Recollect. If there's not a handbook, then you need to find a way to ask the right questions so you can get the information you need. Our team had weekly meetings with Recollect. I think they thought this was overkill, but this ensured that we maintained control of the ingest process, could ask questions and get direct responses and sort issues out quickly. With a digital collection of over 27,000 assets being ingested, it was really important we maintained communication and developed an understanding of the processes. Otherwise, there would have been a real risk that the metadata could transfer incorrectly. The ingest spreadsheets are user-friendly, and now that they are set up, they're great for the team. And the team spent a lot of time making sure correct fields were selected for our items. The metadata had to be correctly inserted onto each spreadsheet, otherwise they wouldn't upload onto the platform correctly. This involved a lot of double checking. We allocated, and this is strongly recommended, dedicated people to be the ingest spreadsheet checkers. Unlike most other phases of the History Hub project, the ingest phase happened very, very quickly. This meant that the priority was having categories being consistent and not the metadata within each category. For example, we had different copyright statements for the different branches. This is just a quick example of how the ingest spreadsheets from the 3 local studies branches looked. You can see that despite the agreed templates, they actually look quite different from each other as the collections had different levels of metadata. Post-ingest, we were required to go through testing stages with our marketing and studio teams. We are now required to uniform the details of the metadata and have developed procedures so that future uploads will be treated with real precision. The edits we are working on now could have been incorporated into the original bulk ingest had we thought to ask about the new council standards. However, editing now that site is live provides us with the opportunity to really get to know how the site functions, and we get to see the collection in a way that's never been previously possible. It's been a really interesting and exciting time. Of course, we're all looking forward to moving to past the editing stage and being able to upload the next batch of assets. At the end of the day, despite the challenges and ongoing edits, we're all really, really thrilled with History Hub and the Recollect platform. Thank you.
Thank you, that was great. Did you find that creating that new sort of centralised database, that you had more people coming in with objects to donate and share?
It's sort of been, I think it's been a really interesting time because of COVID. So I think definitely the word's getting out more in terms of even not necessarily donations as such, but even just the purchasing of our images. At the moment, we've had a lot of inquiries for purchasing images. And so there's definitely a lot more interest out there at the moment than we've probably experienced previously. And even the bulk purchasing of images has been interesting. Like, people have been wanting to purchase for, we had a purchase recently for a nursing home, and they purchased 15 of our images. And so that's been quite a new thing, because we had to look at our pricing strategy for the bulk purchases. So that's been within a month. So possibly once, you know, COVID sort of dies down again, then I think there will be an interest in the donations as well. But yeah, because obviously coming in and out has been different. But yeah, I think definitely that interest will be there.
There's been quite a few questions on chat. How many people in your team?
So there's 5.
5. And everyone's assigned to a different task, or?
They were. So there was particularly the full-time roles. So I've got Jason, who is part of the part here today. He's our digital assets officer. So he was very much involved with, you know, obviously a lot to do with Recollect and making sure that digital preservation and things like that. And then Michelle and Rose over, who are based at DY, they were our you know, spreadsheet checkers that I described for making sure the ingest spreadsheets were good. And Michelle was also very much responsible for getting us harvested into Trove as well. But all of the team, you know, were responsible for getting their collections into their spreadsheets and all of that. So I've got a lot of part-time, like the team's part-time. So, but everyone was involved in this project. Like I said, I came in towards the end. I actually came in by the time the team were ingesting. So I came in quite late, but from all accounts, it was all hands on deck. They worked incredibly hard. Yeah.
There was a question there from Julie Sykes. Can she get a copy of the spreadsheet?
I mean, we can, but the thing is with, depending on what type of platform you're using, it's going to be unique to your collection and obviously unique to your platform. So we very much, well, the team very much tailored these spreadsheets to what was going to suit us.
Okay, any questions? Any other questions?
Hi, Bridget. Do items in your history hub, are they only findable via the hub, that platform, or are they also linked to your catalogue?
So they're linked to our catalogue as well. We've got items searchable. We use, oh, what do we use again? Search Tech? No. It's in the works, but yeah, we are planning on having it searchable via our catalogue and linking in, but that's still in the works at the moment. And like I said, it is being set up on Trove and starting to harvest through there at the moment. So.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, Bridget. That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Claire Lynch.
That's me.
Oh, hi.
Hi. So I think I want to share this screen. Is that working? Can you see me,
Yeah.
first of all?
You can see launch
Yep.
meeting, just your Zoom screen.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, I think is this it? Yeah. There are blue circles on the screen.
Okay, just give me a second. Good question. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Maybe unshare, get your PowerPoint to the top and then reshare your screen again. This is Ellen. Sometimes it can be actually really hard to find the screen that you're sharing because you've got like 12 screens to look at. Sorry.
Oh, God.
Just thought I'd make some helpful hints. So,
No.
beautiful.
Yeah, that's good. That's it.
We're just going to get the brains trust. Sorry, guys.
It's working.
So obviously, I'm not Andrew Allen.
It's working, Claire.
It's working.
What is?
It's working.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Campbelltown 2020.
I'm just going to get it working for me.
If you use your arrows, go across ways, that might move it. Oh, there it is.
Can you just get, I need that on here. Yeah. Just hang on a sec.
That's okay.
Have you got anything now?
We've got your PowerPoint.
Okay, so then we should just do
The whole thing.
Start from the beginning.
That's okay.
That's right. That's right.
That's good.
Right.
Yep.
And I've just got to get it on my screen. Sorry, I don't have it. Hey, okay.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
How's it look?
Looks good.
Have you just got the first slide?
The first slide. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. This is about Campbelltown's 200th birthday. So 2020 is our 200th birthday. It's 200 years since Lachlan Macquarie named Campbelltown. The logo for Campbelltown 2020 was created by two local artists, and the three circles represent the three pillars of the 2020 program, which are the rich Aboriginal history of the area, bicentennial milestones, and future aspirations for the area. And the two undulating lines, the orange lines, reference the Georges River and the Nepean River. So unfortunately, the onset of COVID, lockdowns and social distancing meant that a year's worth of planning, which included a lot of celebrations, had to be discarded, and new ideas needed to be planned and implemented that could be shared online via the council website and social media. So the council events team requested our collaboration in a project named 200 Years Together. And their idea was that for 20 weeks, we would highlight every decade from the 1820s onward in a gallery on the council website. This would include images and information focusing on the people, places and events that have made Campbelltown what it is today. So the images on this slide on the left is the original town plan of Campbelltown drawn up by the colonial surveyor Hoddle in 1827, and on the right is a modern aerial view of Campbelltown today. So pretty different. Okay, so we had to explain to the events team that we actually did not have any photographic images of Campbelltown earlier than 1860, and that the 60s, 1860s, 70s and 80s, the material was pretty sparse. So instead we illustrated the earlier decades with maps, drawings, paintings, newspaper clippings, and newer photos of older buildings. So we did have to tell them that no, we didn't have a photo of Fred Fisher, and no, we didn't have a photo of his ghost either. So that was quite interesting. It's interesting explaining historical stuff to non-historical people. So these two images were used to illustrate some very early buildings in Campbelltown that still stand today. On the left is St. Peter's Anglican Church, which was completed in 1823. So this image was from the 1860s, and it is one of the oldest buildings that still stands. And on the right is an image of Lithgow Street, which was taken in 1886, and historic Glenalvon House is on the left-hand side of that. Glenalvon was built as a private home in 1841, and it's currently owned by Campbelltown Council. It's the home of our historical society. 2020 is also the 50th anniversary of Glenalvon being in public ownership. So we used both these images to illustrate buildings that had been erected in earlier decades. We tried to use images of places that people would still know today and they could imagine what it was like back then. This is the main street of Campbelltown, Queen Street, which has undergone a few name changes as well as no longer being a dirt road. On the right are the Georgian houses, which are pride of place today in the south end of Queen Street. And on the left is Alpha House, which unfortunately has since been demolished. It took a long time to locate and choose images, as we hold about 10,000 images on our photographic database. The most difficult decades were the earliest ones and the most recent ones, and this has identified for us a gap in our image to remedy that. So Council gave us some categories to try and find images for. It wasn't always easy to find something that fit with the categories that they wanted, but they were a little bit interchangeable, so we could fudge them a little bit at times. So one of the categories was local identities. So here we've got Rose Payton, who was a Campbelltown girl that won the New South Wales Tennis Open in 1900. And then for the following 3 years won the women's singles, women's doubles and mixed doubles, which was absolutely unprecedented. The story about Rose Payton is that she often had to change her outfit in the middle of a match because her corsets would cut into her while she was playing and make her bleed. So she used to have to change her costume. In the middle is an image of the very first Campbelltown newspaper from 1880. And so I used this as a significant event, which was essentially Campbelltown got its first paper. We were lucky enough this year to be gifted the only known hard copy of this first issue. On the right is a picture of the lovely steam train that we all here affectionately know as Pansy, that used to run between Campbelltown and Camden between 1882 and 1963. And for those of us who've experienced gridlock on Narellan Road, we've often wished that she was still running. So this photo is of her last run, which brought out hundreds of people paying their last respects to Pansy. I put that under quintessential Campbelltown because Pansy really was a quintessential thing that Campbelltown people know and love. One really important category we were given was Indigenous, so history, heritage and the present, but it proved to be the most difficult because after the Appin Massacre in 1816, the surviving Aboriginal people here were left as outsiders in their own land. And one of the most important people in the Fisher's Ghost legend is the tracker known as Gilbert, and yet he is hardly ever mentioned by name. In 1994, Campbelltown Council voted unanimously to fly the Aboriginal flag next to the Australian flag up at Council on a permanent basis as a mark of respect to the Aboriginal community and to honour the significant role that they've played in Campbelltown's history. So fortunately from the early 2000s, our Indigenous heritage has begun to play a bigger role at local events and ceremonies, with acknowledgement of country and smoking ceremonies are now pretty much a standard inclusion at most local events. So pictured here is a local elder, Uncle Ivan Wellington, who's very well known, and his granddaughter at the opening of Darawal National Park in 2012. So 20 consecutive Mondays saw the promotion of Our Campbelltown 200 Years Together on the Council Facebook. These would contain some of the images as a teaser with a link to the Council webpage, and which had the images and the detailed descriptions of the images. Instagram was also used as a promotional tool with the hashtag 200 Years Together. Council's quarterly newsletter, which goes out to all residents, contained a story about the project, directing residents to the website, and the forecourt has been decorated with posters and banners from the project. So on the website, each decade would contain within the text about each photo links to other pages on the council website. So council's website contains some great local history resources, and this helps to promote these. So just this one photo, for example, contains links to prominent people from our past, mayors of Campbelltown, the history of our suburbs, and the History Buff blog, which is created by the local studies team. Other links included oral histories, our sister city, Koshigaya in Japan, Aboriginal history, the Fisher's Ghost legend, heritage items in Campbelltown, Friends of the Art Gallery, and the Campbelltown Arts Centre. So how did we do? We were very happy with our results. We got just under 4,000 hits on the page, and Facebook drove the majority of traffic to the site. So the information will remain on Council's webpage as a pictorial journey through the decades, and the Campbelltown 2020 committee were very pleased with the gallery. And that's it.
Great, thank you. That was a good response, wasn't it? 4,000?
Yeah, we thought so. We were pretty happy.
Yeah. Very good project. Any questions? Hi.
I was just going to say how sad it is that for the 200th anniversary, you had COVID.
What a stellar effort. Yeah, it was a stellar effort.
Amazing for you.
Didn't quite catch that. Is someone...
That's me. Can you hear me? Michelle? No?
Little bit. It's a bit echoey.
What about if I do it here?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
No, I just wanted to say how sad for you all that the 200th anniversary got captured in the middle. I bet you've been working on it for an awfully long time.
Yeah,
but congratulations. It looked great in what you could do.
Great, thanks very much.
Who on council chose the categories?
Just someone from the events team, I think.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Did they consult with you, or they just decided that?
No, no, they just sent them down. But as I said, we could fudge them a fair bit. So, you know, some of them were a bit interchangeable, and yeah, I could wangle my way around them a little bit. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, well, that was great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, so Ellen, Indie Reads.
I'll just share my screen. Okay, so hopefully you're just seeing not presenter view, but Indie Reads and Local Studies. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, terrific. I'm just going to really focus on two of these slides. As you know, we've been saying Indie Reads is coming for local studies for a while. Well, we're still not quite there yet, but we're getting a lot closer. And many of you are already using Indie Reads for your library as one of your library ebook platforms. It's a way of giving you a wider range of materials that are available, and also being able to borrow material by independent publishers. We do have a licensing model that down the track you'll be able to work with local authors in your area. This is kind of like part 3, and add your local authors into the collection. But phase 2 is local studies. And this was tested initially by Parramatta and Leichhardt pre-Inner West. Now, where we are at to now, we're really focusing, Ross is really focusing on getting libraries on the platform. And that's taken a lot of time because things had to be accelerated a bit this year with people coming online for pre-COVID, well, during COVID-19 to get more ebooks available. At this stage, And we, and it is a collective we, there are several of us involved, are updating the training information for adding local studies content, and we'll be testing it with one library, and that one library is yet to be determined and will be based on criteria so that we can test things, the kinds of things that can be uploaded. And you can see on the left which are the most suitable items for inclusion on Indie Reads. Keep in mind, it is not a digital preservation platform. And so once we have tested with one library, we'll then be putting out a call for participants. It will be a staged approach, as with Amplify, because while you're doing the work in actually uploading the materials, we actually need to be able to support you. And we've seen in Amplify that that actually takes quite a bit of support to get effective outcomes. So we need to manage it in terms of our workload as well. So first, it's get it tested with one library. And hopefully we'll be able to provide some more information about that for the next local studies meeting, because it is a handy way for you to be able to add your content and make other people see it more widely as well. Across the bottom of the screen, you can see some examples of the local studies content already available on Indie Reads. And for some reason, okay. But I always feel it necessary to remind you that there is great professional development resources on Indie Reads. And so I mention this a lot. And recently we've been purchasing some local studies relevant material. Now, you don't have to worry about writing these titles down, because once I've finished, in chat I will put a link with a list. Indie Reads has a nice list platform, a list option, so that you just get the link and you can look at these. Keep in mind, you can always suggest professional development resources we can buy for Indie Reads. Just send me an email. We try and get things with at least single-use perpetual license and not timed platforms. But for ones like the Politics of Theory and Practice of Critical Librarianship, that actually is a 30 simultaneous loans. So that's really nice. I think that's the key things I wanted to say about Indie Reads. You can get more information on it here, and you can always get in touch to find out more. So watch out for when we've tested it with one of you, and it probably will be one of you, and that will be exciting.
Thank you. I will say that it was the best thing ever, a godsend, to have the Leichhardt Historical Journal on Indie Reads. It's an amazing, it's just so easy to access things and find things. Any questions?
Hi, Ellen, it's Nida. Can you hear me, Donna?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just a quick question. For the Indie Reads, I know the list which you have provided, but we do have, we have published books ourselves under the Parramatta Heritage Centre. Is it possible to make those books available? I mean, they're all available on Trove because I have just submitted e-deposits to the National Library, and they are available on our website as well. Is it possible to make it available on the Indie Reads?
Over time, yes. Immediately, the short answer is no, because we need to update the training and do a test run with a library.
Okay.
Probably a library that wasn't involved earlier on, so that we kind of we know what starting from scratch looks like for a library. But
Sure.
once we're opening it up again, yes, that would be a completely great thing to have added to the platform.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
But at present, I just have to say, not yet.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Understandable. That's fine. Thank you.
And I'm just putting two lists into the chat. The first one is of local studies title. The other one is more general professional development reading for library related things.
So Simone had a good question. How does it differ to Trove?
Okay, Trove
What's
is
the
a
value?
discovery platform. Indie Reads is a reading platform. And so Trove is where you go, oh my goodness, I didn't know this was there, but this is where you can actually read it. And it gives you a lendable version of it so that someone can borrow the Leichhardt Historical Journal and read their way through it cover to cover, as opposed to having to download it on a device, etc. You get a reading experience like reading a magazine. So that's the difference to Trove. Trove is all the thing. I would be really hoping that everything that we get coming across onto Indie Reads has a record on Trove. But Trove is where you find it, not necessarily where you can access it. NED is another potential interesting partner because NED is the National E-Deposit Scheme is a digital archive platform. So potentially if you are the creators of the digital content, and there's a few parameters around it, you can have your digital copy on NED and your access copies on Indie Reads.
Can I just mention something? We have a very expensive publication that was done on the Hawkesbury River by CSIRO. It costs nearly $200 a copy. So we have a couple of copies, but I found last week that there's a copy on Indie Reads which supplements nicely our lending copies on Indie Reads, which I was very pleased to find.
Oh, the CSIRO publications are great.
Yeah.
I didn't realise we had one that would work so well for you for local studies, so that's too. Do feel free to email collection suggestions through, and we buy what we can, provided it broadly fits within the criteria. But professional development too, so if there's a really amazing professional development publication that comes out in e-format, let me know and we'll try and get it.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Claire. No, Debbie. Sorry, Debbie Campbell. You there?
Oh, yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can't see you yet.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi. And I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you will see Coffs Collections. Yes?
Yes. Yes. Looks
great. Thank you. Look, I'm just going to use the website today. I'm not planning to use a PowerPoint presentation because the NBN is a bit slow in northern New South Wales. I'm actually speaking from Coffs Harbour. I'm the Local Studies and Digitisation Librarian for the council here. I will cover a little bit of the same ground that Bridget actually covered because we had a similar project to Bridget's, a 2-year effort to select a discovery platform, but attached to that work was also a significant digitisation effort. And I ran that project for 2 years, so I've only just returned to the local studies role here. If you'd rather look at the platform than my navigation of it, just go to coffs.recollect.net.au. We launched the service on the 1st of September, so it's only been available to the public for a short while. The project itself, Coffs Coast Heritage and Arts Digitisation, was funded by a grant from Create New South Wales, which had a regional cultural fund, which still exists, but in much smaller form now. So the project started in 2018, and our aim was a little bit broader than Bridget's in the sense that we were trying to merge the collections of our local museum, our local gallery, and our local studies collection, which includes, of course, council corporate documents. There is a community page which lists all of the sites that use Recollect. There are over 50 now, and there are over 20 in Australia. It is a product that's marketed by New Zealand Micrographic Services. But it did catch our attention because it does support collections from different sorts of cultural agencies. Bridget mentioned the use of spreadsheets. That's important for the migration of metadata. We actually migrated records from both our catalogue, which is Spiders, and a museum collection management system called Past Perfect, which has had issues in terms of robustness. So we needed to find something else that would support these collections. Past Perfect also keeps a record of the art gallery's collection, which is actually quite modest. It's less than 500 works. Now, the interesting thing about combining all of those types of collections is that it's very hard, as Bridget suggested, to find the right record format. Recollect itself is standards agnostic, so you can set up different record templates according to your own requirements. Because we had access to the expertise of a librarian, archivist, and museum staff, we did actually, in the end, derive, as you can see there, 7 different templates, combining aspects of MARC and archival standards and so on to suit what we wanted to do with the platform. We also decided to migrate all of the data before going live. We're editing it post-launch, and that's fairly easy to do because there are authorization layers within the platform which allow us to protect records from public view before we clean them. And we can also do that to the level of particular images. So we can have records and we can suppress the image displays if we wish to. So if, for example, they're culturally sensitive. Now, the interface that you're looking at here is only slightly different from Bridget's, really. We had a bit of graphic design input, but it is about to change substantially. The New Zealand Micrographic Services are going to release a new version of this interface, and you can actually see it in action at the City of Sydney Archives website. The City of Sydney Archives embarked on an enormous project with New Zealand Micrographic Services to deliver publicly archival documents, and so they pretty much tested the limits of the Recollect platform for that purpose. And the benefits of that work are going to flow through to the other sites, probably by the end of this calendar year. You can see again a slight difference from Bridget's version of Recollect in that we don't display the numbers of records on the homepage. We have 15,000 records describing things in the service, but we have another 35,000 records which are actually supporting information, such as a gazetteer and a lexicon, and we didn't want the numbers to be confused. But if you click on the search button on the top left, which effectively does a search of the whole service, you can actually see the breakdown of the types of material. So if I skip to the art, for example, that's the entire art gallery collection. If I skip to objects, that's the entire museum collection. Photographs, they're from Picture Cops Harbour, which was an earlier digitisation project created at the council before I came along. Those photographs were all described in Spiders. They've now all been ported into this platform. Audio, we have in full over 150 oral history interviews, most of which were created in 1988 for the bicentenary. And when we came to convert those for inclusion here, we discovered that the CD-ROM copies, which had been created in 2003, didn't all work. So luckily we had kept the original cassettes, and it was those which were converted to work in this platform. So the local studies content mostly appears under documents. They include council's corporate strategies that are available to the public, and also a few museum publications that our museum has created over the years. And as mentioned, Recollect is Trove compatible, so all of these records appear in Trove as well. So I think that's about all I really want. Oh, sorry, one last thing. You can see down the bottom of the list of formats, resource, exhibition and collection. Exhibition and collection are features of Recollect that can be used to combine the records and images in different ways. So you, in a sense, you're repurposing what's already in the service. Resource, on the other hand, are links to content about the Coffs Harbour local area actually held in other services. So for example, there I can link off to newspapers in Trove, which we don't have to host. But we can still make them available for finding here. Recollect is quite a flexible platform. As I said, part of the project was about digitisation, so it helps us create copies for longevity. The photographs are converted from TIFFs to JPEGs automatically on the way through, and PDF documents are automatically OCR'd, hence the option there to restrict searching to either the record only or to all of the full text data. And they've been quite useful features in terms of us helping meet our goals regarding the longevity of the content. Look, I think given the time, I should probably stop there. But I'm happy to take any questions either through the website or directly. Thank you. Donna, you're not switched on.
Thanks. That was great. Thank you. Any questions? I think what you highlighted the importance of keeping everything. When you found out the CD-ROMs weren't working, you then had to go back to the original format, which I think is a great argument for, you know, a lot of us, our library managers say, well, it's digitised, get rid of the original format. And you can't.
No, not in all cases. In fact, I'll be getting rid of the CD-ROMs
yes.
because they haven't proven their usefulness actually very much.
But it looks great.
Thank you. The logo there that you can see is a seed. I've actually put some information about it in the About Us section. It's a casuarina seed, which is local to the area, and where we don't have an image as yet, you know, you get the seed instead.
Right. No, it's lovely.
Thank you. Yes, we were very conscious of the need to convey that we weren't just a coastal collection, if you like. You know, that it incorporated, you know, the small villages that are in the hinterland of the Coffs area. So that was the reason for the selection of that. And you get this instant picture, as I said, of what's in it. You don't need to log in either, but if you do obtain a sign-on, and anyone can do that, it does give you the ability to do searches and save the results, and then you can send them to yourself or other people. So it allows you to keep lists of things that you find.
Quite versatile, isn't it?
It is versatile, but that means you have to make a lot of decisions too, which is what Bridget was also hinting.
That's right. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
So now we've got Mira, and I can see you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'll just try to share my screen and I hope it'll work.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just getting a message. You can't share your screen while other participate in the sharing. So probably.
Debbie probably has to unshare her screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe? Yeah. Oh.
I think, yeah, that's good. Probably I can go and do it. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
No. Okay, that's good.
You can see your PowerPoint.
Yes, PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes, but not the single screen, like not the first slide. It's the whole series of slides.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Actually, we've seen your display view. Yeah. So you probably need to go to your display settings and mirror it. When you've got it shared, if you go to the display settings on the, so if you share from the beginning, like,
Yeah.
I'll
just go new share, or otherwise if it's easy, Ellen, you've got that. Do you want to run it and I'll just talk?
You just need to make one little change.
Yep.
Share from the beginning.
New share.
Just like you did.
Yeah.
And when they come up on the screen.
Is it any different now?
No. No. Because I haven't actually shared. You need
to. I'm just going to stop the share and then start again.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I won't share the same screen which I've shared. I think I'll just go to the other one and share it. And can you see it now?
Yep. Then click on from the beginning.
Yep.
And then when the next screen comes up.
Yep.
We're just waiting for the next screen to come up. No, that didn't change it.
Okay.
Doesn't, I think, so, Nera, sorry, just down at the bottom, just click the single screen like Donna mentioned so that we can see your whole slide.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I think I'm working on two screens and
okay. Have only one version of your PowerPoint open.
Yeah.
Great.
Is that better?
That's fine.
Yeah, excellent.
Perfect. Thank you. Eventually.
Excellent.
Look, those who know me, that's great. Otherwise, I'm Neera. I'm Research Services Leader at City of Parramatta, and I look after Research Library, and we do have archives and collections in our area. I can't move. Oh, yeah, sorry. I acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the Darug people, and pay my respect to their elders, past, present, or any emerging leaders. The highlights of today, what I'll be talking about is we have a new website, and I think it's really great to see that, you know, many of us, we have got the new website and we are sharing. So I won't go a lot into details, but I'll just talk about it, what it is and what we have done. And the other we are looking at is because this year was particularly very, very hard for all of us. And with the COVID situation, I think we had sort of, you know, different ways of how we deal and do things differently. So I'll be talking about this year is International Year of Nurses and Midwives. So we have done some work on that. And this year was 75th anniversary of Second World War in the victory in the Pacific. So just touch base on that. 20th anniversary of Sydney Olympics. And we have done some research because since the change in the local government area, now we have got 39 suburbs in Parramatta LGA. So we have done the history of suburbs and we have added it to the new website. Along with, we have work in progress about the street names, which is, these are some of the things we were getting a lot of inquiries, and it was really timely to deal with these things. And with the COVID, everyone was working from home, so we had enough time. Some of the things which we'll do it one day, that one day was here and we were doing that. This was our old website, which looked like, which was sort of, you know, by this time it was a bit tired looking. But then what we have done is council had the new branding. So we have got that branding and the color and everything. So we have just incorporated that. As some of you have mentioned that, you know, it's just not one thing when we are looking at the website. We do have council archives and cultural collections. So we have got Vernon database as well. So that's also incorporated in this one. Plus, we have our website, but all the collection and everything is with the Parramatta Library. So I have the Symphony as well. So these are basically 3 websites in one, but it's working really beautifully, I must say, but some of the work needs to be done. I won't go a lot into detail about this one, but if anyone's got any questions, happy to answer it after that or email me. This year was International Year of Nurses and Midwives. So what we did was we did some, because Parramatta's got heaps of hospitals and nurses, Brislington's there, Female Factory, and some of the other First Hospital, 10th Hospital was there. So we did a lot of research, and some of the nurses, those who went to World War I and World War II as well. And then when the soldiers, they came back home, they were helping them. So we did the research and we created the page for that. There's a link at the bottom of the page, and on the right-hand side, you can see we converted all those research articles into a publication as well. So that's there. The next thing was on the 14th of August, there was 75th anniversary of Victory in the Pacific, and Parramatta Lancers were there. So I think Parramatta has played an important role in that. So we did a lot of research and created some articles, created the landing page, and there were enough articles. So we end up in creating a publication for that as well. So, I mean, I feel like that we have created that many publications. Whenever any event comes, all the council guys, they look at us, oh, are you doing another publication? Probably not this time. So I think it's really good that everyone sort of, looks at us for help and getting some information. Another major milestone when we were working from home was the Sydney Olympics as well. By this time, the library was open a couple of days a week, but still we had the cauldron in our archives collection as well, which was lit up in Parramatta Park during the Sydney Olympics. So that was on display in the Heritage Centre. And we created a page and covered the history of the Olympics and whatever memorabilia we had in archives and collections. Some of that was on display. So it's all available on our landing page. And we did include the Paralympics as well, just part of that. Another one, the big project when we were at home, all of us, we have, the whole team have researched 39 Parramatta LGA suburbs, and we have created a history, brief history, which has links to all the different things. So all the 39 suburbs were done. And this is available under research and our stories. So all the 39 suburbs can be found, and I have given the link at the end of this page. The same thing we did because as we have done this history of the suburbs, we were just going through some of the street names as well. And we decided that it's really good idea to do the origin of street names for the suburbs as well. This one is work in progress, as you can appreciate, because some of the suburbs, they have got over 100 streets or more. So, I mean, some of them, they are sort of not that many, like 50, 60. But still, we are just going through, the minute books and some of the other records, looking at just relying on archives and doing our research. And we have done the 5 suburbs and 34 more to go. So it's just work in progress. Apart from that, there were some significant anniversaries. We did created a landing page for the Sorry Day when Sorry Day was in February. Anzac Day created the landing page and did the publication for Hellis Memorial and Australian soldiers. Those who are not familiar about the Hellis Memorial, that's in Gallipoli, and it is memorial for the soldiers who didn't make it home. So there were about 273 soldiers. So did the bios for them and then created a publication that's available on our website. In October, it was 200 years of Catholic education in Parramatta, did the article in the timeline as well, and that's available on our website. That was really sort of, good Catholic education guys. They really appreciated what we have done, and really big part of that research, with our consent, they are using it for their celebrations as well. As you guys know, that the NIDOC week's been delayed. It was in November this year because of the pandemic and everything. So I do have that page, did some research for Pamela Way and Daniel Martin, who are locals of Parramatta, and did some articles, and it's available on the website. November's been really busy month for us because the Remembrance Day is there. So we created a page, and in that one we have just put in the World War I, World War II, and the victory in the Pacific. Everything sort of put together, and the page is still live on our website. And as we speak, we are celebrating 200 years of Lancers Barrack, which is still standing barracks in Parramatta, in Australia. So it's their bicentenary. And we have done the landing page. We had some objects as well, which along with the Macquarie University, we have done the 3D scanning. That was a big project. Our coordinator and collections officers, they have done. So all those 3D scans are available on the web page as well. So just wait this a little bit more. As some of you know that we are in the process of moving to the new 5 Parramatta Square Library. The construction is underway, and for that process, we are preparing our collection because it's a prime real estate. I cannot take all of my collection there. So while we were sort of, when it was really quiet, we did the big culling and decided what we want to take. So we are taking only 20% of our collection, which has been heavily used, to the new library, and 80% of our collection will be staying in stack, and people can request it, and then we can sort of deliver it the next day. As I was saying, that we have done some serious culling, and about 800 items were deleted from the records, and they are donated to Parramatta District Historical Society and Friends of Female Factory. So Female Factory, they were really, really happy with the donation. So what they have done is, with all that donation, which we have given it to them, they are starting their own research library. So when they were doing that, I had some of the old microfiche readers and microfilm readers as well, along with, we have replaced the chairs in the library. So I have given all of that. So basically, with our donation, their library is almost ready to go. So most likely by early next year, because they have got their 200th anniversary in February. So they will have the library ready by then. That brings me to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I know we don't have a time now. So here's my email address. Please fire away any questions or anything, and happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very good. Are there any questions? Just wondering, how many people do you have working in the History and Heritage Centre?
I'm working full-time, and I've got 3 part-time staff, and I've got 1 local studies librarian who works 21 hours a week, 1 family history librarian, she works 21 hours a week, and 1 research assistant who is another 21 hours a week. So basically it's 3 full-time, you can say.
Yeah, it's great. It's a fantastic resource, isn't it? It's wonderful.
Yeah, no, that's good.
But I also just noticed you donated a lot of your withdrawn materials to the local historical society. Is that still going strong?
They are really good, because we did some of the stuff, we sent some of the stuff about 5-6 years ago to them, and they didn't have enough room. So some of the volunteers are working at Parramatta District Historical Society as well as Friends of Female Factory. So they sort of, because they were kind of full, so they have moved some of the stuff to the research library. We've got really good relationship with them, and so a couple of them, they are volunteering with me as well in the library. So yeah.
You do so much over there. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, Neera, and it was good that you could do it in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Can I just ask, I'm just wondering, Nira, with your staff,
yeah,
because you've achieved a huge amount, it's amazing. Do they work in the library on service desk shifts as well?
they do. I mean, as I don't know whether you guys are aware or no, I'm the only one in the whole of New South Wales where we don't report to the library manager. We have local studies and family history library, council archives and cultural collections as one, and we are open Monday to Saturday. At the moment, we are closed on Monday, so we are open 10 to 5 every day, and we all take turns in. Because the library is open all the day, but we do run some projects. So some of the projects they are working it when they're even on the desk. I must say we are not overly busy as the public libraries, because our library is open for research. So it's sort of, we do have people coming in, and I'll say that our visitation is not as high as some of the libraries, but our inquiries are as high as, I think it's quite high, because our clientele is about 40% are basically Sydney based, and another, I'll say 20 to 30% is Australia based, whereas about 30 to 40% we get international inquiries as well. And about the website, because we have done our social media presence is quite good as well. People follow us, and we do get sort of, as Parramatta is changing quite a lot, so we get a lot of inquiries. Yeah, to answer your questions, yes, they are on the desk, but yeah, we just sort of, keep on doing few things bit by bit, start the projects. Like when I'm talking about the history of the suburbs, I started that project in 2013. So started working on that bit by bit, and then sort of, just pick up the momentum. And I think the COVID period has given us a lot of sort of, flexibility, because all of us, we were working from home for about 3-4 months. I mean, even now I'm at home. I go to office to the library 2 days. All of us, we are going 2 days a week. So for the rest of the period when we are working from home, so it just sort of, gives. And I must say that at home, we are more productive. I miss talking to my colleagues, but it's sort of, you just focus on and you just keep on doing what you're doing. So sorry to give you the long-winded answer to your question, Hilary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's now time for lunch. So I'm thinking we still do our full hour, because we've got Ronald at 2:30. So maybe if we all come back at 2:15, does that make sense? Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we'll meet back at 15.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so firstly, big thank you to all of you who completed the local studies audit. I got 111 responses, and that included 9 additional councils, as some people were reporting on being part of a regional library. In terms of bringing the data together, I'm kind of up to question 29, and question 29 is the how big is your collection data? So that is going slowly. I'm actually doing a spreadsheet for each format, like a screen for a page for each format to work through. But already it's still going to take me a while, because I've got grant reading that I've got to do at present, and yeah. So, but I am trying to prioritize this. So there are some things that have come out that on the staff, there are 37 councils that don't have designated local studies hours or people. So to me, this is a training potential thing. And some useful information did come through the training question. So I'll probably be having conversations with some of the people in the smaller councils going, what kind of training would help? To see if there are ways we can help people. And it might be something that this group does as, Brains Trust. it could be more formal training. So that will be, I think, me having a few conversations with some of the libraries that gave those responses to see what will help them the most. So both with training and with collecting materials. I'm also keeping, when I'm going through the formats, it's not just the total, you know, how many books are there? It's who says they don't have books? Okay, so there's some libraries that say they don't have any local studies books. Maybe they missed answering that one, but there are some things where only a handful of libraries hold them. And that might be because they're really unusual formats. So I think I'm about halfway through the formats. There's also useful data for my colleagues in Indigenous engagement around Aboriginal people in local studies. There are no Aboriginal local studies staff in New South Wales. There's also a real mix in terms of collecting. So at this stage, you can see it's fairly high level. And you know how Andy said people spent 28 minutes on the survey he sent out? Well, he was saying that because I'm working from home and have a second screen, I looked up how long people had spent on the local studies audit. It was a lot more than 28 minutes.
Yes.
Averaging at least 2 days.
Yes.
Which was far worse than I'd actually thought. So again, my apologies.
We had to measure things.
Yes.
Get the tape measure.
We spent a horrendous amount of time on ours.
And I really appreciate the people who did do it. There was one person who answered many and lots. And so that's actually data I'm not including because I don't know what many and lots looks like. But I also figured it was someone who was just feeling really frustrated with the audit. And I do get that. There's some areas that I've gone through so far where I've been de-identifying comments so that they're usable. Others, it's like, they're not actually usable if they're de-identified, so they can't go public. I'm thinking it's going to have to be the, oh my goodness, there's the extended mix version to read, but oh, thank goodness there's the 2-page summary. The 2-page summary makes a 10-page summary. But I'm a long way off that because I'm still only halfway through the formats on question 29. But the reason I'm going slowly through the thing is partly because there are different methods used, but also the nil responses are also dealt with in a different way. So I did think it was helpful to know that only 27 libraries across the state say they've got this particular collection, or most of them have got this particular collection. And where are there some ones that libraries could consider? Yeah. So any questions at this? Yes, Michelle, that's a great idea. The mentoring potential, because I was thinking with, yeah, that there are, with 37 councils, so, yeah. But there's also some councils where they've got 4 hours a month on local studies, but it's a dedicated 4 hours a month on local studies. So adding some of that stuff up just takes a long time. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, that was an easy question. It just, and yes, I do know how to use the Excel summing, but if people use different ways of describing the data, I've got to get it in the same way of describing the data. There's still one for microfilm that I've got to work out how many microfilm reels you can fit in a cabinet of a particular size. But that's I'll get to it. But really appreciate the data, but it's going to be a while me just going through it. But it will definitely give some useful for stuff to happen, like training, mentoring for smaller councils in local studies. Any questions or comments at this stage?
Yes, I have one. Jane from Wallara. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm one of the miscreants that hasn't put one in at all. You're probably partly aware of this because I was working on it with my supervisor during COVID. Then I took 5 weeks leave. Then it was taken over by someone else during that time. she didn't finish it. I came back, then I took another 2 weeks leave. I'm finally going to be back next week with the two of us. And I was hoping to still submit, but is there any point at this stage? And how long is there between audits? You know, like if I don't submit
About
one
5
this
years.
year, that's what I thought. I was counting on
Actually,
it being about 5.
I think it was actually
8, I think.
Years last time, like I think it was 2013, 14. And
Right.
2013. Yeah. So Jane, if you decide to submit it, let me know, because then I can just go in and put your stuff in separately rather than having to fish it out, because I'm using both straight from SurveyMonkey, but I've extracted it all into a spreadsheet as well. Because some things it's just easier to get from the spreadsheet, particularly say question 29 and how many things of different kinds of things do you have?
Right. I think that might have been about where we got stuck and then didn't take it up again. So I know it was the questions about collection and some things which we knew we were going to have to go to our other, you know, the cataloguing team and the collection team.
Yeah, I know I said many and lots is not as helpful as it could be.
No, we'll try and be a bit more precise than that.
Good estimates are okay, because there is a part, the next question says, is this an exact count? Is this, you know, exact count and estimate, total estimates, etc.
Right.
You can usually tell, because if you've got 10,000 of something, that's unlikely to be an exact count. It's likely to be an estimate. If it's an exact count, it's more likely to be 10,263 or something like that. So yes, I can work it out a bit. So yes, and Jane, I do not think people as miscreants who haven't filled it.
No.
I think they're people who have hours in their lives that the rest of you are not going to get back.
No, well, that's
so
partly it. I'm just concerned to leave it for the next time, because in between the last and this one, because I wasn't involved, I don't believe, in the last, but in between that, we will have moved libraries. We actually culled quite a bit. Lots of things we sent off site, but we did cull, and I think the longer it's left, the odder the story will seem, because most people expect collections of this nature to increase, not necessarily decrease. So I sort of feel if we can submit some data now, it will be better 5 years hence than if we don't.
There is an option that I was giving some people who are having really a lot of trouble finishing. You can actually go right to the end and just submit done with whatever data you have.
Okay, well, we'll have a look and see whether that's more realistic, but we had got a fair way through it, so I'll see what we can do.
Yeah, so email me when you submit it so that I know that I can manually add it in, that's all.
Okay, we'll do.
All my tables, because ones where I'm extracting tables out already, but I would definitely be able to use it for some fields, but possibly not all.
Right, okay.
Because otherwise I'm having to
backtrack enormously.
So that's I've got to balance my work with that as well.
Understood.
I know it's a lot of work, Ellen, but I'm just thinking now, as we're coming through COVID, that by actually having the numbers quantified, we can show sort of some worth of what the collection is. You know, it's tangible and intangible worth. So it's just one of those things where some councils now are looking at staffing, and local studies is one of the areas that they quite often look at pretty close to first.
Yeah, I'm still deciding, and some stuff will definitely be only be gory details in the extended mix. And the extended mix, and yeah, I've probably got to tidy up the comments, and I'm only at question 29, so just so you know how long the extended mix is already, is over 60 pages.
Yes.
But it does really show the range of numbers of staffing people have, the range of qualifications. And I suppose from my perspective, it's really what are the points we can take action on, and the we as a collective, either we, us here, or we State Library, to help with local studies. And that's where the 37 councils who don't have designated local study staff and don't have designated time, they probably need help with training. So, yeah, and it's getting some of those. But I also think it's important to view it as a, oh my goodness, this is an enormous distributed collection across the state.
Yes.
And I think that's also really important.
I think what Andy was saying this morning about the sports collections, the beauty of having those collections being accessible in some format, even if it's like just a record, but for people that are doing research internationally and nationally, statewide, to be able to know that if they went into the local studies collections and typed in tennis, they're going to get access to all those collections. The other thing I found a little bit odd with, I think I mentioned it to you, Ellen, was some of the descriptions, like whether you count boxes of microfilm or you count meat, you know, that some of the things were a little bit different how you count them, and it would be really good to know, have a standard way of counting things.
You know why we didn't do that? Because I tried to get agreement from a range of people as to how you count stuff, and it really depends with microfilms. Sometimes you really do count it in boxes, and sometimes you really do count in sheets. So that's why I've got another spreadsheet that brings together all the formats. So I've got some sections that have got meters in them, some sections that have got gigabytes in them, and I got very different sizes. So they gigabytes is my standard that I'm using. So I did the maths to get everything to parts of a gigabyte. Yes, so that's why there wasn't guidance given, Michelle, because I still call a range of people, and it's really hard because people do count the same thing differently consistently. So some of it I'm viewing as fairly broadly indicative numbers, and others I'm a bit more confident about. That would be how I would describe it. Feel free to ask me how it's going. You know, send me emails every week if you want to ask me how it's going. But I'll keep you informed when I get stuff, but it's going to be a while before I have a kind of like a partial summary even.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're now ready for Ronald. So I'd like to introduce Ronald Briggs from the State Library, who's going to talk about pictures in the magazines.
Yes.
So,
yeah, okay. Should I just go from here?
Just go from here. Put on your slide, PowerPoint.
Yeah, I have. I'm just about to share screen now, everyone. Good afternoon.
Very brief introductions.
Where are we? Sorry, I've got too many things open. Sorry, it won't be a moment.
That's okay.
I just need to go in and close a few windows here. Okay, back again. Sorry about that, folks.
Okay.
Here we go. And start. No, sorry, wrong one.
Perfect. Okay.
Sorry, yeah. I rarely use Zoom. We use Microsoft Teams at work, so I'm a bit rusty with Zoom. But hello, everyone. My name is Ronald Briggs. I'm a curator at the State Library of New South Wales. Every couple of weeks, my colleagues give a little talk, you know, usually a half an hour, 40 minutes long, about a particular part of the library's collection that they're particularly interested in, so we can take a bit more of a deep dive into some of the more interesting collections that we have at the library. Over the last I actually gave this talk a couple of months ago, and Ellen came along to that talk and enjoyed it so much that she asked me along to this one. So I'm more than happy to be here with you today. I hope you've had a productive day so far. I'm Ronald Briggs. I'm a curator at the State Library of New South Wales. I used to work in the library's Indigenous engagement team, but I've been working as a curator now for the last couple of years. Basically, my role is to help put exhibitions together, as well as, you know, tell stories about the collection online through the library's website as well. Curator's Choice happens every couple of weeks, so go to the library's website and see what, the program that's coming up. My next one will be on the 3rd of December. I haven't decided what to talk about yet, but anyway, we'll get there. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge that the library's built on the land of the Gadigal people. I acknowledge the Gadigal people, and I acknowledge their elders past and present, plus any Indigenous people who might be listening in today. I should just point out as well at the beginning that the presentation I'm about to give does include the images of deceased persons. So if that's a particular culturally sensitive area for you, I'm not intending to offend. I'm just intending to share information and images that have been published in the past. I'm talking about PIX magazine. If you're not familiar with it, I'll just give you a little bit of background. PIX was as you can see, a tabloid magazine that was started in Sydney in 1938. You can see it features Hollywood stars and tattooed ladies and, scantily clad ladies, cute little kiddies. It was really a tabloid magazine, for a general audience in Australia. It was circulated, although it was, published in Sydney, it was circulated Australia-wide, even Australasia, New Zealand, New Guinea. But it really was just a general interest, no heavy stories in here, no deep analysis and all that sort of thing. It was really just a fun entertainment style magazine tabloid. It started in 1938, in January 1938, which was is significant because it was 1938 was the year of Australia's sesquicentenary. The 26th of January 1938 was a big celebration throughout Australia, celebrating the arrival of the first fleet in 1788, and the development of Australia as a nation. So it came out at a time when there was lots of patriotic fervour happening. Lots of people, investigating Australian culture and celebrating Australian culture throughout, not just in Sydney, but throughout Australia. So it's interesting to note the year and the time that it started. Sorry, I'm reading from my notes here. Okay, now over the last couple of years, thousands of negatives from the PIX archive, which were donated to the library in 2008, have been digitised, and now most of them are online. So what we're looking at today, you can just go into the library's catalogue, State Library's catalogue, and find these images and download them if you want from online. The negs that we've digitised cover the years 1938 from the very first edition up to 1954, which is of course when the copyright period cuts in. Although the PIX magazine itself went up to about 1968, it merged with a magazine called People with PIX, and then eventually it just became People magazine, which you may be familiar with, which is pretty much the same sort of thing, but much more risque when it went, from the 1970s onwards. And what's interesting is that, what's interesting or frustrating for us library type people is that not many of the photographers are named. So even though there's some beautiful, wonderful photography from the PIX magazine, we don't necessarily know who the photographer was, which is a real shame. And I don't want you to get the impression from this little talk that that PIX was a social champion for Aboriginal people or anything like that. I searched through 17 years worth of PIX photographs and the PIX magazine itself, and really I found from 17 years worth, from a weekly magazine, there were only 6 magazines that had Aboriginal people on the cover. That's not to say, it's about every 3 or 4 months or so, there was a story that included Aboriginal people. And what's great is that the stories that feature Aboriginal people, those negs and photographs are now digitised and available online from the library's catalogue. And what's extra great is that, like most articles, the photographer would usually spend the day or a couple of days, covering the subject. So there are actually, maybe 40 or 50 photographs, but they only use 1 or 2 in the article. So you get a whole range of other photographs that didn't necessarily appear in the PICS article. I just want to let you know that PICS is in Trove. The PICS magazine itself is in Trove. I'm just going to quickly take you through what that looks like. I'm still getting used to the new Trove search thing as well, but this is what it looks like now. So here's PICS magazine up to 1954 when that copyright period cuts in. But if we go to browse here, the very first edition, I'll do that, and then I'll do that, and then I'll do that. Because I want to show you this particular article. This is the very first edition of PICS magazine from January 1938. And it features this wonderful chap here by the name of Con Coliano, an Australian top-line star of Ringling Circus. He gets £260 a week for all of his great trapeze and wire work. He was well-known wire walker, tightrope walker, I should say, and he became famous because he invented the double foot forward somersault, which means that he'd have his feet on the wire, do a somersault and land in exactly the same spot with both feet at the same time. And it was the first time that anyone had ever done that on the tightrope. You can see here that he got a medal from Mussolini when he was touring Europe. He got a medal from Mussolini that declared him the king of the wire. When they toured Germany, he got a passport from Hitler saying that he could travel anywhere he wanted in Germany. So he was, and he became famous with the circus that traveled all over the world, South Africa, Europe, United States. But occasionally he would come home to Australia and visit his mum in Lismore, which was really nice. He actually had a huge family, 10 brothers and sisters. And they actually formed their own troupe as well. You may be wondering why I'm talking about this. I'll just get out of this for a second. Go back to the presentation. Because here he is. These are the photographs that were taken for PICS magazine that have been digitised. And what was discovered later, after he finished his circus career, was discovered that his mum was actually an Aboriginal woman, and she was from the Robinson family from Upper Lismore. So he's a Bundjalung man. The very first edition of PICS featured an Aboriginal person who was famous for the trapeze work that he was doing. So we've digitised all of those photographs, and so there's other photographs from that collection that show Con Coliano. These photographs show him at home in 1937, 1938. He's shown practicing in the backyard. So I just think it's interesting that the very first edition of PICS it featured an article about an Aboriginal man who no one, well, the family knew, of course, but no one else really knew. And the article doesn't include that he's actually an Aboriginal man. So pretty fascinating. And there was actually a book written about him called The Wizard of the Wire a few years ago. If you get a chance to have a look at it, it's a fascinating biography. I'd love to see the movie when it comes out. But he eventually moved to America, got married there, and he died in Florida in 1973. It's fascinating. Now these are some pics showing kids at Otford, which is just south of Sydney on the coast, a little place on the coast. At Otford, at a it looks like a holiday camp, and it sort of was. Because these kids were actually evacuated from Croker Island in the Northern Territory during World War II down to Otford to keep them safe. There was after the Japanese bombing in World War II in Darwin, they were removed. They were for their own safety. They were brought down to Sydney and spent a few weeks at a holiday camp. just to get away from it all. And they were there for just a couple of weeks, but a photographer from PIX was along for the ride and took some wonderful photographs. This was arranged and organised by the Methodist Overseas Mission. And if you read the article, it's a bit propagandist. It's talking about you know, how good assimilation is and all of that sort of stuff. So even though the photographs are wonderful and they're great for their documentary value, just be aware that when you're reading the article that they're written at the, you know, the language is quite shocking sometimes. Attitudes are quite different. But like I said, the photographic and documentary value is excellent. There was actually a documentary made about this particular evacuation from Croker Island that was produced in 2012. Actually, I said a couple of weeks. They actually returned in 1946, a couple of years, not weeks, a couple of years later after the war had finished. And I should point out that if you go to the magazine as well, you actually get the photographers were really cluey, and they got recorded most of the names of people in the photographs as well, which is really good. So that's Con and the children from Croker. Occasionally, the photographers were given assignments, and they would travel around the countryside. You know, they were based in Sydney, but the photographers and the readers were really interested in what was happening all over the place. So they were sent to lots of places in New South Wales, and actually lots of places all over Australia, even to New Guinea and New Zealand, where they would do I don't know, photo essays of the places that they visited. And occasionally they would get permission to visit the Aboriginal reserves that are dotted throughout New South Wales. That were dotted throughout New South Wales. And these photographs show a photographer's visit to Boggabilla, which is just a little town just north of Moree on the Queensland border. And what's interesting is that this is actually where my dad's from. My father's from Boggabilla. He was born in 1950. So, you know, I couldn't actually see any pictures of him in there, but this is just giving me a wonderful glimpse of what life was like for my father as he was growing up at Boggabilla. In 1948, they went out to Wellington and visited the Nanama Reserve. So there's a wonderful series of photographs, and they really were professional photographers. So they're really good quality, excellent, artistic even, some of them, photographs. So here we are at Wellington. And if you go to the magazine, these people and kids are all named. Little girl in the tub there. And just some more pics from that photographer's visit to Wellington. Did a bit of research, and this lady here, her name is actually Claudia Carr. And if you're familiar with a footballer named Josh Addo-Carr, he was just in the State of Origin the other night. That's his great-grandmother when she was a girl at Wellington in 1948. So I'm dying to get in touch with him to let him know that we have it. Actually, her son was Wally Carr, the famous Aboriginal boxer as well, who sadly just passed away last year. And these are some photographs of a mission, an Aboriginal mission at Mulgoa, which I thought was odd because I'd never heard of this mission at Mulgoa before. And it turns out that again, in World War II, lots of kids were evacuated from the Northern Territory and brought to live at Mulgoa near Penrith. They were brought there by the Church Missionary Society, and unlike those other kids from Croker Island who stayed for a couple of years, these kids actually stayed for 7 years. Some were brought with their parents or carers, and they became, and according to the article at least, they became quite enmeshed in the local community there. They eventually ended up going to the local school. local white school, and became, you know, made many friends and friendships, and a couple even got married, you know, and had children. But eventually they were made to go back by the Commonwealth Government. The local community was really outraged by that and wanted the kids to stay in Mulgoa. In fact, a couple of the older kids did remain in Sydney, and had, you know, had quite successful careers. I've lost my notes for this, but I'll just move on to the next one. And like I said, they were set out on assignment a fair bit. And this is a trip that a photographer made to Lightning Ridge in 1948. I think that maybe the editors at PICS had some sort of connection with the Aborigines Welfare Board or Protection Board, because they were allowed access to the Aboriginal reserves fairly easily. So that's quite interesting. I've just shown you a selection of some of the reserves in New South Wales, but they did go to other places as well. Lots of other small towns. There's a series for Broken Hill. There's a series for North Coast, Lismore as well. So I just encourage you, if you get a chance, and if you're doing local studies and researching the local community, to consider looking at the PICS archive, because they're really good quality images there, and I'm dying to get the word out about them to communities. And I'm more than happy to help with any questions or inquiries you might have. So if you wanted to, you can give me, just send an email to me personally, or through to the Indigenous engagement team, who can do a bit more detailed research if you wanted. That's at the info.query address there as well. So that's just a really quick little presentation. The one that I gave before, I've actually cut out a few slides, but anyway. So that's just a quick little presentation detailing or letting you know about this wonderful new collections that's been digitised. And I focused on the Aboriginal part, of course, but every town that they visited, there's a great series of photographs that's worth you having a look at if you get a chance to. So that's me for now. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Ronald. Bridget just asked a question. What is the best way to search PICS?
Do you mean the from the State Library?
I'm not sure. What do you mean, Bridget? In what way?
Do you mean do you mean on Trove or at the State Library?
Either.
Yeah.
Either. Okay. Yep. Well, with PICS, I'm more familiar with our library, so I'll do that. Let me just get to a new page. Are you still seeing this?
Yes.
Oh, great. Here we go. This is just the front page of the library. If I did say PICS Wellington, enter. Oh, sorry, I'm still searching the website, not the catalogue. Sorry about that. And we just want pictures of manuscripts, search. Oh, now I've... Oh, that should have come up, sorry. Because I use it so often, I search by the location number, 01388, but I thought that it would have.
That's all right. I'm happy to experiment.
Yeah.
I just thought there might be a.
Oh gosh, no. Sorry, I usually just search by the using the location number, but Gosh. No, it's not gonna work. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'll fiddle.
Have a play around. I wish I, yeah. And sorry, I'm lucky because I get to use the back end of the catalogue as well, rather than what the public uses. So I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that.
The images are so clear, aren't they?
They're wonderful. Yeah, and we've digitized them as high res, so you don't have to. If you wanted to, you can just download them and use the high res image. You can take have a photo printed and that sort of thing. But if you're going to use them in a book or in film or anything like that, of course, you might need to get permissions and that sort of thing. But generally anything before 1955 is out of copyright anyway.
And was the collection in good condition when they got it?
Yes, yeah, surprisingly. Yeah. And that's just for the PIC magazine. You've got to remember that the Australian Consolidated Press, where PICS was in their stable, includes Women's Day,
right.
And I think Women's Weekly at one stage, and a few other magazines. And they're going to be digitised eventually as well. So all of those old Women's Day photographs and Women's Weekly photographs and other ACP magazines that we've gotten the negatives for. So it was such a fantastic donation, generous donation that from them. Yeah, but eventually they'll all be digitised. So yeah, but we'll keep you posted.
Any questions? Any other questions or comments?
I can stop sharing screen now, can't I? Oh, stop sharing.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. No, it's just amazing. Any questions? No, it was fantastic.
No, that's fine. Just get in touch if you need to know anything more. I'm more than happy to help.
Right. Thanks a lot, Ronald.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, well, that's the end of our talks for today. We had another 2 items in general business. So there's a wider local studies, which just reminding everyone that the wider local studies, what's that? Oh, right. Oh, okay, that's great. Thanks, David. So the wider local studies group can still continue. It started up during COVID and it's still operational. I haven't got the link. Ellen, is there a link that we'll just send out the link again?
I'll put it in chat.
Yeah.
There's a first Monday drop-in that's local studies and wider local studies. And for the last couple of months, they've been more interstaters than New South Wales people. You would have got an invite to that if you're on the wider local studies email list. And its feedback is it will continue next year, probably not in January. And there's also been a few talks. So I'll put them in I'll put the link for that in chat because you can look at the videos and the presentations.
And then of course there's the other New South Wales Local Studies group, which was the first, is that still going, the first Wednesday of the month?
That's a combined wider local studies and local studies. So yeah, the last couple of months there have been many more interstaters. So I think it'll depend. We could get a lot of South Australians if they're still locked down in a couple of weeks' time.
So the other thing I suppose is the wiki that's back up.
That it is.
You all would have got an email about that. So that's going to get sorted and edited and things reloaded that were lost.
Broadly, the text came across generally with a few exceptions, but hypertext links mostly came across, but things like links to slide shares and videos didn't. So there's a little bit of reconstructive work going on, relinking in there. If anyone would like to bond with the wiki and help redo that, get in touch. It's not as bad as it sounds, really.
It's fun. It's actually fun. Once you get started, you can get a bit obsessed.
And the minutes from this meeting will be going on that as well. Saves getting chunky bits sent around and choking people's emails.
Okay. And then the other item was the digital collections and ongoing storage requirements. But I think Hillary's still there?
Yes, I'm here, but I wasn't successful in gaining a lot of information or any. Sorry, I did have Kiama Library shared what they were using, but I think it's more of a discovery platform than an archival platform, because they're using it's called Canto, and I think it's it's similar, but to the Recollect platform, just a different provider.
Recollect is much better.
But Recollect, so just to confirm for those people who are using it and have, since it's been spoken about today, is it just a discovery platform, or is it does it provide an archival storage capabilities as well? If anyone out there can comment on that.
Yeah, sorry, yes. Hi, it's Debbie. I can comment on that.
Great, thanks.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Yep.
NZMS does sell a separate digital preservation module that works with Recollect. In the end, we chose not to pay for that extra module. Again, we have resourcing issues similar to other agencies. But the digitisation that we've done as part of COF's collections is to a level that is sufficient for digital preservation. And Recollect does support that. So, for example, we do keep TIFF images in Recollect, even though we only serve JPEGs to the public. And we also, for all other sorts of formats, such as film and so on, we've also created digital copies that are, according to ubiquitous de facto standards. So as far as we're concerned, we have tried to adhere as much as possible to digital preservation practice, even though we didn't pay for the extra module. The simplest, well, one of the initial steps for doing that level of work is to create checksums for every file, and we do that on ingest.
Okay, so so it enables you to do that part of your preservation in checking that your file formats.
Yeah, the digital. So the digital preservation module will do it automatically for you, but we actually create checksums ourselves as part of pre-processing steps that we have. But we keep the information about the checksums and when they were created, etc., in the Recollect system. NZMS actually, how shall I say, it has an interesting arrangement with Amazon Web Services to keep repositories of material safe, and that comes as part of the digital preservation module that they support.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. We're just finding it, as more, as the expectation is to make content available online, which means it's where digitising is used for access as well as preservation. But in doing that, we're just every time we ask for more storage space on our network drives, we're being questioned.
Right.
And told that basically we have to have another plan. So
right. We also have acquired storage through NZMS. They exercise the arrangement with their arrangement with Amazon Web Services, and you purchase storage in quantities of 1 terabyte at a time. The base product of Recollect comes with 600 gigabytes of storage. But if you need to go beyond that, then you purchase 1 terabyte at a time from NZMS, and that's an annual fee. As part of that, they actually undertake to ensure the integrity of that storage. You know, so if any issues arise with the files, then they have to investigate them. Like you, our colleagues in IT wanted us to have a third-party hosting arrangement for that. One of the interesting questions around that is your council might have a restriction whereby you cannot store your data overseas. It's a data sovereignty issue for Australia and lots of other countries as well. NZMS has actually ensured that the AWS arrangement is placed in Australia. So our data is held in Australia, even though NZMS is a New Zealand company.
okay, wow, yeah, you're just lots more to investigate. Are the charges for the storage, is that available on the Recollect site or the other place you mentioned? Like, you know how you said you get so many gigabytes with your initial purchase, and then as you need more, you pay. It's like you pay for what you need.
Yeah. Look, it does actually depend on the subscription level that you take out for the Recollect platform. They have 3 levels of subscription, and it may be that I think actually that the amount of storage also varies with those 3 levels of subscription. So it sort of depends on which level you want to go for. I think most sites that use Recollect in Australia pay for the highest level subscription, and that includes the first 600 gigabytes, as I say. So, but they will tell you if you write to them and ask. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good to know.
I'm happy to have questions offline via email as well, should anyone else want to know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments about that?
There's a question about, can we get Recollect to speak at the next meeting? A couple of years ago, when Hornsby was the only site, so it would need to kind of, yeah, I suppose be looked around with that. But it potentially would be possible. They are super keen.
Yeah, they usually have a trade stand at the national conferences, you know, like information online. I mean, and they also do have a user group meeting as well, an annual user group meeting. That hasn't gone ahead this year, but they did have a seminar just a few months ago, similar to this actually, where we all dialed in. So I think you would find that they would give permission for that. But if you wanted them to do something in reverse, then yes, I guess they would. They don't very often come to Australia though, but they tend to align it, as I said, with a national conference.
Oh, they seemed like a couple of years ago, honestly, they seemed to spend half their time here.
I think that's when they were working with the City of Sydney Archives.
Right.
Because that was a huge, the City of Sydney Archives gave the company a lot of money to develop the application that they wanted. And now we will start to see, we as in the other Recollect sites will start to see the benefits of that.
I wasn't thinking it was difficult to get them. I thought, because to me they're keen business people. That we need to think about balance as, are there other platforms we should invite to speak as well, so we're not kind of giving them, you know, all of you as captive audience with no balance. That's all. That's because all of us in our workplace can't say, you know, go with this company. So it's how, and last time we had another New Zealand company speak, but is there another platform that we could have at least a little bit comparably to speak, so we're not quite giving them such a captive audience? I think that would be what I would like suggest for.
Yes, well, I mean, I presume the company that sells Canto Cumulus would be one of those. That's used in a few different sites in Sydney. You might also want to consider OCLC, which still markets Content DM in Australia, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, so there is actually quite a range. We did go out with a request for quote, so we were aware a couple of years ago. So we were aware of the range of systems at that point. Yeah. As to the number of Australian sites, I'm not sure if I'm completely up to date with that. So if you just do a search in Google on Recollect Community, you will see they have all of the logos of all the services on that page.
I would also ask,
can I ask another question, Debbie? Similar to was it Bridget? And because I think I heard you say you're a Spiders, your catalogue, you use Spiders.
Yeah.
So is your content on Recollect linked to your Spiders catalogue?
It's not consistently done that way. At the moment, we still have, for most of our local studies collection, which we have about 1,000 titles, say, I've built up over several years. There are just records in Spiders, and they haven't yet been linked to Recollect. They will be when we add something. When we add something that people can read in real time, if you like. A lot of the local studies publications haven't yet been digitised, and that's obviously for copyright reasons. But I will be slowly but surely making that happen. Yes, so if there's an opportunity to read something on the screen, then yes, the Spiders record will link to it in Recollect.
Okay, yeah, because we've used the Spiders they're lists, but they it's sold as an archive module, but they say don't use this as an archive to store your archival copies. It's purely just to enable your catalogue to link to digital content.
Yes,
we looked at the Spiders archive model, and it was very, very limited.
It was also quite expensive when it was first released, and it was certainly outside the budget of costs. But I mean, and we did subsequently get a grant, but the fact that you needed to have you know, familiarity with archival standards in order to make it work seemed to me to be a great impost on library resources, and so I recommended against it.
Yeah, so this isn't, it's not the archive module that is where your archive sit as a separate collection in the catalogue. It's the digital asset management module, which is...
Yeah, and there are also limitations to that, I understand, file size limitations, and I, in fact, that was one of the reasons that I actually started to look around for an alternative, because that's what we had at the time. You know, it was Spiders, and as soon as I found I couldn't put up a video, that was, you know, that's what prompted me to go further afield.
Yeah, and that's why we're looking for alternates too. Okay, that's been terrific.
Okay, can I maybe just jump in here? We had all of our material in Canto Cumulus, and we've transferred everything from Canto Cumulus into Spiders. Well, yeah, so it was a question. Because we're part of a consortia, the archives module came for free. And so that was available for us to use, but it did cost, we transferred about 11,000 transferred about 11,000 digital assets in, so that's a variety of different things, including images. And the total cost for us, I think, was around the $15,000 mark. And yes, I'm across that process. So if anybody's interested in going that way, I'm more than happy to tell you what the pitfalls are.
We transferred all of our stuff from Cumulus to Recollect, so
Yeah.
we can tell you that version. We went from SearchTech to Cumulus and from Cumulus to Recollect, so
Yeah.
we've done it a few times now.
I'm still using Cumulus,
Mm.
and I can tell you if you ask me.
I think Donna and I have had this discussion.
There's lots of options out there.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's just being allowed to make the right decision.
Shall I turn the recording off now? No, this is a serious question.
No, it's okay. We're not saying.
How about I stop it now?
No, it's okay.